Are you crazy? Or just plain stupid?
Stupid as stupid does, Mrs. Blue.
I guess.
I see.
Happy of Color Month, my fellow human earthly beings, kafir, goy, gaijin, what have you, what have nots. Hope everyone's doing well. Today I'm going to kick off Black History Month, the U.S. thing. I imagine it's a global phenomena. I could be wrong. I'm not going to try to get too, let's say racist, being part of the problem here, adding more fuel to the fire. I'm kind of sort of doing my best to avoid that, but we'll see how it goes. I am human after all, as I say, so I don't know. I'm going to do my best to keep it kosher, though. And welcome, Janice. Thanks for being here. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. There's a lot going on in the world. I actually, again, did a comic book series about, it's been over 5 years ago, 2017, give or take. Pitched it to Frank Miller. And it was about, in essence, well, amongst many things, the central idea was to talk about who is native and what that actually means. And so one of the big topics, and thankfully this is getting addressed, at least to some degree, is what's going on in the UK right now, how it's being overrun, and how the natives are being treated like second-class citizens in their own nation. Yes, so it's quite crazy. A lot of crazy stuff going on. But I'm going to try to focus today on, just the whole racism thing. It's a month-long issue, really. I mean, it's kind of passé to even talk about Black History Month these days because it's just like a nonstop berating. But still, I'm going to dedicate this month to focusing on that. I'm choosing Wednesdays because it is the day that Judas's betrayal is remembered. So I'm switching my Sunday watch parties to Wednesdays for that reason, essentially because those Sundays watch parties which were intentionally intended to be a little break from everything. Well, I just couldn't help myself. I had to, as you know, I had to overanalyze everything we're watching. So, and basically, I decided to, instead of ruining this everyone's Sunday, including my own, I just switched it to Wednesdays on a day of portrayal instead, and I'll keep my Sundays open, free. But we'll talk about how I plan on organizing things and what I plan on doing moving forward as I start my presentation. But yeah, today's movie is Judge Priest. It's a 1934 film. It's one of Fox Films' early productions, 20th Century Fox, and we'll talk about who they are a bit, an overview really. They've got pretty interesting. It's a little more like Universal was, where it's a little more diverse to some degree, anyway. At least a little later on. Yeah, and from there we'll take we'll watch the movie. I'll talk about a couple of key characters or key figures from the movie: Will Rogers and Stepin Fetchit. They're both they both had a tremendous impact, and you might have heard of Will Rogers, especially you're from the States. The Will Rogers Institute. It's one of the most famous things in when it comes to well, without getting into quote unquote conspiracy theories, those kinds of organizations. But yeah, Fetch and Stippet was kind of 100 years ago, a century ago, the Jeff Foxworthy of his time. He was basically someone who made a lot of money and so on and so forth with his portrayals of black culture of the time. And we'll get into that too. So, and after a little discussion, production notes and whatnot, we'll watch the movie, and then we'll talk a little bit about current events and all that afterward. I might just shift it to Rumble, depending on how emotional I get at that point. So I don't have to worry about filtering myself. We'll see how that goes. All right, so let me pull up the presentation without further ado. All right, 1934 Judge Priest. So we see on the right, or in the middle right, so to speak, a Stepin Fetchit character. You can see he's actually named. Yeah, no, right. Yeah, me too. That's exactly how I feel talking about this stuff. I mean, but we're bombarded with it, so I feel obligated to talk about this stuff. And on the bottom right, this is actually a little meme. Excuse me, I put together for my edited videos that I rarely use, but it's that's what I call a documentary. I've included in that. We'll take a glimpse at that too, about Islam, one I made a few years ago. It's really two movies overlapping or two videos overlapping, so it's information overload, but we'll take a glance at that. But yeah, basically saying Happy of Color Month, y'all. And that's me looking like a black Bart Simpson and a good Russian friend of Ruski, who I adore, in whiteface. He's Russian, but since Russians no longer exist, according to dialectics, modern dialectics, 21st century dialectics, where Orientals are not called Asian, and therefore India, Russia, the Middle East, none of that exists. Only the Chinese exist now in Asia, apparently. And all white people, of course, are quote-unquote European. So sorry, Afrikaans, you're now European. Well, I mean, technically you are European, but, then there's that. But, the Ruskies, I don't know if all of them at least would consider themselves European. I could be wrong. Anyway. So, yeah, it's all dialectic. It's all nonsense. It's all divisive stuff. And I got a confession to make. Just recently, I've been told by another source, these guys are pretty well educated. They're on the ball when it comes to these kinds of things. And they're claiming that the Willie Lynch letter is something that's actually fabricated, which doesn't surprise me completely at all, really, to be honest with you. Because you can't find a copy of the actual document anywhere online. What you get is something that is clearly fabricated, like it's obviously practically a meme. And that's the closest you get to it. And that's always been suspicious to me. But now I'm hearing these guys saying that's completely fabricated. I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much. Regardless, the essence of that letter, I mean, you don't have to rely on that letter, which is allegedly 18th century, give or take, to know that there is control of the chaos, and that kind of methodology has been used pitting people against each other to easily manipulate them. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically what all these dialectics and all this stuff is about. This Black History Month, which whoever invented that obviously had division in mind. I mean, unless they're just shallow, they're not really thinking things through. If you want to be equal or diverse, can anyone to this day define what equality means? Every time I ask someone what equality means, they kind of stumble around, and rightfully so. I mean, what does that even mean? I understand the argument of equal rights, at least to a large part, not completely. I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, but yeah, I mean, equal rights. Yeah, that's okay, cool. But what is equality? What is that even supposed to mean? Anyway, so yeah, Stepin Fetchit is the Jeff Foxworthy of his time. He was a millionaire in the early 20th century. So in today's terms, you got to put like at least a 10x on that. So he's like a multimillionaire, over $10 million worth today. So that's a pretty good achievement for a time that was, well, according to mass media, racist. And Will Rogers, he's got a quite interesting story. We'll get into that. I don't want to say too much. I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but yeah, basically, let me just say this: that Judge Priest in the 30s was remade a couple decades later by the same director, John Ford, who a lot of people like. Will Rogers is known for saying that was his favorite director that he worked with. It was made in a movie called The Sun Shines Bright. According to some sources, there was a scene that was removed from the original Judge Priest, a lynching scene. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to say too much about that, but there was a scene that was removed. I don't want to tell you exactly what happens in the scene, but the reprise is supposed to include that. And it's interesting that the timing of the reprise was post-World War II when communism was taking over in America, especially in Hollywood. And we see that the fruits of that a decade later, or not even a full generation later, in the 60s, and of course the Kennedys and their attempt to put an end to that, and the end result of that. The day the Kennedys were assassinated was the day that communism won in America. And you know them by the fruits. The evidence of that is overwhelming. Okay, so let's talk about me, my favorite subject. Just so you guys to know that I'm not, I've been a bit over the map trying to discover my online identity, so to speak, what I'm doing online. Mostly because there's a lot of things going on in my own life, which I've been pretty public about. Not completely, but fairly public. And so that kind of tends to put a damper on things. By the way, I hope I see Thaddeus later this evening. He's been MIA. I hope he's doing well. So basically, I'm going to rededicate myself. Like I said, I'm just going to try to focus. I'm only going to commit to one live stream per week on Wednesdays, like I said, on a day that the betrayal by Judas is remembered. And I do want to focus on religious movies that day. I'll be analyzing those with trying to fit them in with themes. And this month, I'll be focusing on Black History Month and religious films on Wednesday. I think it's fitting. And I've got there's plenty of material. There's always plenty of material when it comes to Hollywood. As my mother warned me when I was young, movies never end. And now I know she's right. Unfortunately. So basically, I need to, my financial situation is dismal, to say the very least. And so I'm trying to focus on my lottery ticket and gone to Plan Z with self-publishing on Amazon, even though I don't want to do that, especially now that, like, as of a couple of years ago, they publicly announced that they pretty much will be devouring what they own and with copyrights to create their own books using AI, which also, by the way, their AI productions have to be edited by people afterward to make it coherent. and sensible and those kinds of things. So whatever. But at this point, yeah, I'm at the point where I have to resort to Plan Z, and that's what I'll be doing. I had a novella completed for years now. There might have been a couple times where I could technically afford the professional editing. It was about 100 pages long, give or take, depending. But yeah, unfortunately, they didn't make that investment. I regret it now. So now I'm just resorting to going back to self-editing. I tried that process before. I found out you're not supposed to do that, and firsthand why. But yeah, that's where I'm at. So I'm going to be self-editing that. I've also, the same story, have a younger children's version, a picture rhyming book, which I revamped time and again. I'm hoping to get that done. I'm working on the 5th book, jumping ahead, inspired by one of my students for grooming. And I'm excited about that. Let's say that's about halfway done. That's going to be really good. It's an approach to reach children, to help not only make them aware of the issue and but also in its implications, but also equip them with a way of combating it. So I'm pretty excited about that. After the first story, which is 2 books, like I said, older novella and younger children rhyming book, there's a 3rd project, which was actually I started before forced vaccine, which discusses microchipping and forced vaccine, called The Dog Pound. That's my 3rd book, 2nd story, 3rd book. Want to complete that after I get these other 2 projects done. And then the 4th one is really a bit of a realistic fiction, they call it these days. It's kind of sort of on the verge of a biography about migrant lifestyle. And that'll be, I'm not in a hurry, in a rush to get that completed. Yeah, then in autobiography, I figured if I ever got famous, I would publish a book titled 33 Days on the Holy Mountain, Then What? So I was thinking that I was going to get ordained in these things, and this book would have a happy ending. Not that my life is like completely all bad. I've actually got a lot of blessings, a lot of things to be thankful for. But yeah, I was going to have a different ending, and I'll put that out there even though I'm not famous. Nobody's going to want to read my story because nobody who cares about me. But you never know. Well, might as well put that out there. So that'll be a project after my children's books are done that I'll complete, along with publishing what I'm doing here. It was supposed to be doctoral research. I wanted actual peer-reviewed academic publication. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I'm just going to publish my findings. And that will be a project, I think, after the biography. So these are the things that I'm focusing on for. They started off as a legacy thing, but now it's legacy / I need some cash stat. Oh, by the way, I've got my first pledge from Patreon. That's just, I can't thank you guys enough for the support. I can't really express how much that means to me. And not to make light of $20, $20 still $20, especially for me, these days, that's a lot of money. And I think the person already expressed themselves. They didn't have any money to help me, but they helped me anyway with a top tier $20+ donation. Yeah, I can't thank you guys enough. I mean, and then the words, the support, the moral support, as I say, that you've given me, all of you. I mean, God bless you. Thank you. It really does. It truly means a lot. And your prayers too, without saying. Yeah. So basically, focusing on my writing, and then the live streams on Wednesdays, I'm committing to. Outside of that, I may do occasional Friday live streams. I want to do that. I just don't want to promise that because, like I said, I'm in flux right now, as they say. But I would like to do that, cover these other topics. And again, Friday is the day the crucifixion is remembered. So I figure that's fitting to cover these other topics. And also keeping my Sundays free, and also you guys free of me on a Sunday. I appreciate that too. So, yeah, what else? Oh yeah, and like I said, along the way, whatever edited videos I could premiere, God willing, if I have the time and stability, I can get those done too. I owe Mahmoud a couple of shorts on Homo. There is his pedophilic behaviors and other sexual deviancy. There's a couple of shorts that are on a shelf that I need to get out there. But those take me hours per day, days to put together. Just a 1 minute short takes some work. So anyway, yeah, and like I said, just taking care of myself. Fixing this home. You guys haven't seen yet. Some of you have. Those are close to me that I've talked to on Skype. You got a glimpse of what my life actually looks like. The reason I keep my video guys off, it's not because I'm trying to hide my identity. As you see, I've used my own picture and all that. But it's because I'm embarrassed of my confines. It's even embarrassing for me to admit that, but just so you'll know. So I need to get all that squared away, and step by step, as we say. And last but not least, figure out the meaning of life. Yeah, don't overdo it. I'm not. I'm trying to. That's the bad habit I have. I'm like, okay, I need to consolidate all these goals that I have. I need to get refocused, and every time I do that, instead of minimizing things, I just add more things to the list. I'm just really bad about that. But yeah, I'm working on that. I'm focusing on what's important, which right now, like it or not, is staying alive. All right, enough about me. Let's talk about Fox film, or 20th Century Fox as we know it today. It's last time we talked about Universal Studios, or one of the last times recently we talked about Universal Studios, who founded that, and Universal City itself, and those kinds of things. This is similar. It's called Century City. There's another Century City. If you're looking up online on your own, you got to make sure you look up Century City, LA. But it's as you can see, a lot of sound studios, as you can imagine, one of the big five, and so prominent. 1915 was when they were officially established. So they've been around for a while. They've had some money, of course. It's interesting how LA has got some of the richest people on the planet, literally, yet California is regularly bankrupt. Explain that one. But yeah, we'll talk about briefly again. These are just major overviews today, but briefly how around the mid 20th century, part of it was sold out to make Century City more of a business kind of thing. Liquidate assets, as they say. And you can see on this map, rough map, you can find it for yourself online for a better idea. It's West Hollywood, kind of more an upscale part of LA. Okay, so Fox Film, aka 20th Century Fox. I want to pose the question: is bricks taking over? Speaking of which, let me put this banner up. Yeah, we see again patterns here. People who deny who founded these big Hollywood studios and all that to this day, despite, all you got to do is look at movie credits to see who's involved. It's a head scratching. I'm not sure what their agenda is, but it's not kosher. Pun intended. It's not kosher. So yeah, it's really sketch to say the least. I can't figure this one out. But yeah, so let's start with you guys are going to get a kick out of this. I'm childish. I get a kick out of these silly things. But it's founded by Wilhelm Fried Fuchs, a Hungarian. Sorry. Get the fucks out of here. All right. That's Fuchs. It's a Hungarian name, Jewish name, of course. Restated William Fox for us English speakers. So we're not making silly jokes like I am. I can only imagine what it was like for him growing up. Especially, well, in the 60s, I'm not sure. I can't honestly say if he was alive or not. But the name game, you guys familiar with that? The name game. Let's do Chuck. Chuck, Bobuck, Banana, Fana, Fof. You got the rest. Yeah. Fuchs. So yeah, they changed it to Fox instead of I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm childish. I can't help but get a kick out of that. All right. So yeah, he's the pioneer of Fox film, 1915. It lasted for about a decade or two. It had some financial issues, but throughout their history, Fox they were pioneers in technological advancements. I think that's what's kept them going, what kept them popular. We'll get to what happens a little later here in the late 20th or 21st century, but it's just a constant theme with them. It's the technology and technological advancements. And it should be no surprise that one of their blockbuster hits was Star Wars, the original Star Wars, and so there you go. Let's see. Movie tone, speaking of which, so in 1926, the movie tone sound system helped revolutionize synchronizing sound with film. It's an interesting process. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in how that works. I read a bit about it. It's fascinating how they used audio video to sync in on the film itself to sync the actual sound. I should have gave you guys a picture of that actually, but you can look it up. It's really cool looking. I encourage you to do that. For you techies, maybe for everyone else not so, at least a glimpse at it. It's fascinating. And so that helped them stay ahead of the game, so to speak. But something happens in 1929. And really, this is a bit of misinformation when it comes to historical accounts in America. Really, the 1920s were a period of recession in America. The Dust Bowl thing, you might have heard of that. So farmers and so on, the common man, they were already struggling well before the 1929 stock market crash, which triggered what they call the Great Depression of the 30s. And ironically, speaking of Hollywood having the richest people in the world, yet California is still claiming or bankruptcy on the regular, asking for money from the federal government. Yeah, isn't it interesting that in the 30s, America was suffering from the Great Depression, yet Hollywood has this golden era in the 30s? What's going on there, folks? All right. Well, you can see here in the top right, this is a Fox. It's, let's say, Fox film. It's so what this is what they call Nickelodeons. Really, he started with film distribution. That was his niche. And this Fox guy. So basically, what you're seeing on the top right is the picture of what that looks like today. What do you see here, people? I mean, is bricks taking over? Isn't that a mosque? It's kind of like when they wanted to build a 4-minaret mosque in Ground Zero, New York. And the Greeks stepped in, by the way, to stop that. You're welcome. But if you know anything about Islam, when they put a mosque, especially a 4-minaret mosque, in your capital city, that is a sign of conquest for them. And that's what they wanted to do in Ground Zero. But you see here, I mean, clearly it's dominating Fox there. It's dominating it. This mosque. Anyway. So this is one of a few examples I'm going to cover today, but we'll get to that. But clearly something's going on here. So the top right, let me make sure. I believe, sorry folks, let me get this up because I can't quite see it on my end. So let me pull up, make sure we're all looking at the same thing here. Okay, yeah. So on the top right, that is the William Fox. Oh, I call him William Fox here. Right next to him, you see his assistant Solomon Max Wurtzel. Guess what his background is? Can't tell by the picture. Certainly you could get it by the name. So he was sent to manage the LA division. Now, there was a movement of these big studios going from New York to the West Coast. And for the record, technically, the first film was being produced in Europe before Hollywood and all that. I believe it's Germany. I could be wrong, but arguably it's Germany that were the first. But the French and so on were a big part of early film, but especially the Germans. But we're not talking about full features. We're talking about like little clips of the very first thing that's known of is this stationary video camera capturing film of a train coming, let's say, toward the camera. So, and those kinds of things like scenic views, and they started early on playing, experimenting with motion and so on. Even stop motion, by the way, animation was actually created before the turn of the century. Okay, I'm being geeky here. I'll stop babbling about. I'm going off on tangents. My apologies, but yeah, the history again. I want to do one dedicated to the history of film. It's really fascinating, from vaudeville to the early techniques and all that. It's kind of cool. Yeah, where was I? Sorry, get off on a tangent there. All right, let's go to the next thing. Oh, the Solomon Max Wurtzel. Yeah, so he was sent to L.A. to oversee the Western Division of Fox Film there, and so he hired a bookkeeper named Friedman. Friedman is a very common Jewish name. One of my favorite authors happens to just, I mean, it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. One of my favorite authors is named Freeman. It's called The World is Flat, not to be confused with this nonsense, this 21st century red herring that they've come up with these days, but whether or not the planet Earth is spherical or not. It's actually in reference to, let's say telecommunications, for lack of a better way of putting it. Friedman, in his book, is comparing the colonialism and that kind of thing to globalization, and how that's flattened the playing field, leveled the playing field. So in essence, he's calling it the flat Earth, not physically, but theoretically with global commerce. He's talking about how India, all these American corporations have entrusted India, of all places, to manage their bookkeeping and things like that. And of course, China for all these things and so on, allowing them basically to have access to the most inner secrets and alleged, security promises there. But I mean, we're talking about India and China. Their standard of ethics are not Christian. So, and now, from those shenanigans, mid to late 20th century, offshoring technically is called. We know it as outsourcing. To what we're suffering these days. And the lockdown was the nail in the coffin, if you ask me, with more to come. So Friedman was the bookkeeper there. He was involved in different processes too. Deluxe color. I mentioned this before. So deluxe color was a way to, let's say, cut out some steps, so you can mass produce film production. Canon film, by the way, it lasted a few decades. It got also bought out, and this is quite common. It's like this Hollywood stuff. It's like a cesspool of just basically people that are just bouncing around from organization to organization. I mean, their degree of dedication to each other is just it's in the negative. And then the buyouts after buyout after buyout, sell out, buyout, rebuy, and all that. It's just a mess. I mean, I was thinking about maybe mapping out my own schematic, but how would that even look? I mean, I want to say it would be like a spider's web, but even a spider's web has some kind of organization, some kind of geometric structure to it. But this would be like, you couldn't even follow it. It's quite crazy. So anyway, so it's Eastman Kodak process, and Kodak, so it's basically to direct negative. So anyway, Kodak, by the way, Eastman should tell you everything you need to know there. Eastman, what does that sound like? What ethnicity is there? So even for still pictures, people, that was owned by a Jewish person, Eastman Kodak. All right. So Yeah, Zanuck. Okay, now we're getting to something that's a bit more diverse, at least with Zanuck. I'm not sure. I didn't do a deep dive on his background, but I think it's Swedish. But I'm not sure if he's got Jewish heritage or not. But Schneck, yeah, Jewish. So Schneck is. Let me so you guys can keep up here. I can't have a laser pointer, but let's see. From the right, second to the right was our Wurzel guy, the book the bookkeeper's Friedman. He's the one, two, three, four, fifth to the right, and third and fourth to the right are his sons who took over and continued that process. So, and we'll get to the rest in a minute. Okay, where am I at? Oh yeah. So Schneck, they basically started taking over when okay, so going back to the Great Depression, yeah, 1929 and 30s. The 30s, Fox Film started going under, like many companies did. And so these guys kind of took it over with the help of, okay, now here's your opportunity to take shots at me, folks. Spiros Skouras. Any guess? For fuck's sake. Epic. Any guess? Any guess what his ethnicity is? Spiros should probably say it all if anyone knows anyone by the name of Spiros. But just the endings to the names, both the first name and surname, should give it away. To some degree, you can't always rely on that. For example, South Americans like Argentinians might have a us ending to their names. But yeah, Spiros Skouras is a Greek guy. My apologies in advance. Yeah, a Greek was part of the early foundation of Fox Film, or 20th Century Fox, really. Yeah, for a couple of decades, he was actually president. So, yeah, so basically, CinemaScope, he played a significant role in pushing that through, so Fox doesn't go under. And from there, this Mark Rich and Marvin Davis, these two guys, they buy it out. They buy it out with 20th Century Pictures, and that merger, really a buyout, but let's call it a merger, was that's how 20th Century Fox was formed. That's where that name came from. So it's like two companies in one. Let's see what I have here. And later, so much later, Disney, kind of recently, actually, Disney has taken over Fox, and that's that whole. I don't want to get too geeky, but there's been a lot of complaints by the fanboys why X-Men and Avengers won't do a film together. It's because of copyrights. Disney owned Fox, and Warner Brothers owned the other stuff, and so there was some conflict there. Anyway, getting off a tangent, sorry. All right, so 2024, yeah. So David Greenbaum takes over Disney leadership. Greenbaum, of course, Jewish, and you see him. He's on the far right. I do want to mention the guy in the top middle. Let's see. From the left. Oh yeah. So the Greek guy is on the left. First to the left on the top, and second to the left on the top is the Zanuck character, and the Schneck is the third to the right, of course, Jewish, and then also Winfield Sheehan. Now Sheehan is someone I want to do a series on coming up. It's all about the Islamophobia rhetoric, the Great Purge in America, this phenomena where we now got to play this PC games with labeling when it comes to Muslims. That was initiated before the turn of the century. Sheehan comes along after the turn of the century and starts conflating Arab with Muslim and saying why all Arabs portrayed a certain way, and playing these word games, and they gave him a lot of momentum and backed him up. But Shaheen is actually Lebanese. So I'm wondering, this Winfield Shaheen, is he Lebanese also? I honestly didn't do a deep dive in that. But I'll just say this: he's credited for, well, how can I put this? Taking Shirley Temple under his wings, and I've had suspicions. I may eventually do a deep dive in the Shirley Temple series and her history and all that. But with all things that we know now that's coming out in Hollywood, and they're quite out in the open, especially Disney, I've got to wonder what's been going on there. So I think that's worth mentioning. All right, so enough of the background. Again, these are just major broad strokes. It's quite intensive, their history. So let's get into the two major figures that we mentioned at the beginning. Starting off with Will Rogers. He was known as the Cherokee Kid, and this is because early on, well, two reasons. One, he was a rodeo guy early on. That's how he started his performance career. He was, to read about him, it's actually quite impressive. He's, I got to say, even though he comes from privilege, a diplomatic privilege, no less, and financial diplomatic. I mean, his father was a cattle rancher. So we've seen the movies about that kind of folk. Regardless, though, when you read his story, it doesn't seem like he came from privilege. It really seems like this guy worked his way up the ladder, and which is kind of intriguing. But also, yeah, I mean, was very good at being diplomatic and political, and getting involved in all his philanthropic things and so on and so forth. So, yeah, like I said, his father was Clement Van Rogers, very, very, very prestigious name. So his parents were part Cherokee, both his parents, and so he's also part Cherokee. Settled in Cherokee Nation before the Trail of Tears. Was a political figure, like I said, not only rich man, but very involved in politics, and even they named the county after him. It's literally called Rogers County after Will Rogers' father. So, yeah, as I said, from rodeo to Boer War in South Africa, which is where the British were fighting the Boer or something to that effect. I'm no great history buff either, at least not with that part of history. So I'm not 100% certain. I'm assuming that that's where the Afrikaans come from. I could be wrong. I think the Afrikaans are actually French, but yeah, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. You might even know more than I do when it comes to that. So from serving in that, like he went from U.S. rodeo to serving British military in South Africa, to then coming back and joining the circus. We see this is a common theme with early actors in Hollywood. This vaudeville circus, traveling circus, basically it feels like they're taking advantage of runaways, to put it differently. I mean, maybe I'm overstating it there, but when you see this pattern over and over again, coupled with everything else, it's a bit of a head scratcher. I'll just leave it at that. I won't speculate, but I want to say more, but I won't, because it'll be pure speculation, and that won't be fair. But it's just really some shady stuff going on. I will say that much. And definitely patterns. I mean, where there's smoke, when there's fire, and then when it's over and over and over again, when the evidence is abundance, what else can you say? Yeah. So let's see. Yeah. So the Jewish Samuel Goldwyn, we mentioned him with the early beginnings of Paramount Pictures, which I focused on for a while, who was the central part, literally, of MGM. So he gave him his first break in a movie called Laughing Billy Hyde. And this is a film where he was basically doing all kinds of stunts, rodeo-type stunts. So in an early 1918 film, you can imagine the risks that he was taking. He also made a dozen films for the British Hal Roach. You may have heard of them. They made some of my favorites, some of the early comedic black and whites or Hal Roach films for me, including Our Gang, one of my childhood favorites. But also The Fat Man and the Skinny Man, as the Greeks put it. Anyway, yeah. So Hal Roach is pretty popular. He made a dozen for them. Then he came back to the States, and in the 30s, he became a famous. While he was also acting, doing Hollywood movies, he became a radio persona. And so, kind of like me, like I like to do, just ramble on. I mean, he had a clear message that what he was going to talk about when he got on, but he would just get on and start interacting with the audience and just ramble on and on and on and on. And so he kept running out of time because it was a 30-minute limit. And so the producers kept cutting the show on him. And so he got frustrated. So started including alarm clock. Not a bad idea. Maybe I should consider that myself. And so that became part of his shtick. So he's known for that, the alarm clock thing for his radio bit. Yeah, I should consider that myself here. In the late 20s, 28, he ran for president. So just like his father, he decided to become a diplomat. But there's a guy in New Hampshire a few years ago, before the lockdown, all that. I can't remember. Scoundrel Supreme or something like that was the moniker that he chose to run for, and he wore like some kind of a rain boot over his head. He was making complete mockery of the political system, and he was champion for that, and I could get behind that. I'm one of those that Brewster's Millions, John Candy and Richard Pryor. It's a horrible message in retrospect. You should get active. You should get political to some degree, but it's nice to think that the voting process still has an impact. Frankly, I suspect it's all theater. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But if our vote has any weight, I do encourage everyone to get involved. For years, I was saying vote for none of the above, but in retrospect, I don't know. But it'd be nice if you voted for someone, like if you're in the States, someone not right or left, someone who's Christian for a change that we can believe in. That would be great. All right. So, yeah, he ran for president. He created a party called the Anti-Bunk Party. In other words, bunk as in BS. That was the word for BS back then, bunk. With a promise that he would resign if he were elected. I mean, the guy's a trip. How can you not like this guy? That's a great line. That's good stuff. I couldn't come up with that myself. A little envy there. All right. So, yeah. So he's also big in aviation, which is kind of tragic. He used the whole aviation thing to kind of get known for his philanthropy and that kind of stuff. He promoted it a lot. But tragically, actually, after a year after the movie we're going to watch was made, he died in a plane crash, a private plane. We get that a lot. Buddy Holly, the fans of Kobe Bryant and so on. It's quite tragic. And so, yeah, that's how this man died. And it's quite interesting that we have also now the plane crash in DC. And there's a lot of controversy about that, who the pilot is and so on and so forth. But it's suspect all around. A helicopter flying right into. When you hear, I watched a video just recently, and I don't keep up with that stuff. I tend to avoid it, but I was bored, so I took the clickbait, and I was glad I did because I heard the discussion between the tower and the helicopter pilot, and how the helicopter pilot kept repeating that they want freedom to do things visually, to choose what they want to do, and they were claiming that they saw the airplane repeatedly. I mean, it's just sketch all around. You see the schematics, how it's mapped out. I got to wonder if anyone knows what's happening with that. Yeah, but he was also, I mean, this guy is enshrined in so many different ways. Speaking of aviation, he's even posthumously, they inducted him, and I don't have it here, but they inducted him into the Aviation Hall of Fame. I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, but his own postal stamp. Come on, wow. Of course, the Hollywood Star, which we have some questions about the Hollywood Star process and all that. To begin with, his own museum, um, his the picture on the right, highway named after him, just like the county was named after his father. Um, Second to last, we see his actual gravesite. I mean, this is like what kind of an entire monument built to this guy? Like, this guy's an actor. What's going on? What am I missing? So, I mean, he was involved in his community, sure. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's because of his philanthropy, or what? Yeah, of course, Will Rogers Institute and the foundations people. Yes, that's the reason I like Distinguished Gentleman, Eddie Murphy movie. Talks about politics, exposes some things there, including this whole foundation thing. He did a brilliant job, a great job of exposing those things for what financial fronts they are. One of the biggest ones is the Clinton Foundation. Oh man, why are those people not in prison? Can anyone tell me? Anyway, but instead we're building all kinds of crazy monuments to them. So yeah, he's known for being the friendly guy, diplomat like his father. When I die, my epitaph or whatever you call this is this quote comes from Wikipedia, so I guess it's credible. It's got a citation, whatever that's worth. But anyway, let's go with it. So whatever you call those signs on gravestones, the epitaph or whatever you call those signs, so it makes me wonder. At least it begs the question of whether or not he's an atheist or something to that effect. We all know what that means. I joked about every prominent man of my time, but I never met a man I didn't like. I am so proud of that. I can hardly wait to die. Okay. Great. All right, let's go on to the next thing. The next guy, another monumental figure. Another monumental figure. So this dude's name, check this out. It's like he's named after his parents put every president they liked in his name. He's got 5 names. His name is Lincoln Theodore Monroe Andrew Perry. Perry being the family name, surname. Lincoln Theodore Monroe and Andrew the redneck whose friends set the White House on fire? Maybe somebody else. I don't know. Maybe it's not presidents. Who knows? Whatever. To each their own. So, yeah. Stepin Fetchit. That was his real name. Stepin Fetchit actually comes from a racetrack horse where he won a lot of money from. That horse was called Stepin Fetchit. And so he shortened it to Stepin Fetchit. And he created a routine, a vaudeville routine, with a Stepin Fetchit. I can only imagine what that looked like. But as you can see, he basically exploited the negro character. He was also labeled the laziest man in the world. So not because of his work ethic. I imagine he was a hardworking man in show business and all that. I imagine. So, but because of the character that he played, and we'll see what we're talking about here. But yeah, we'll get to that. But I've lived a lot of my formation years were in the quote unquote South in America. I have firsthand experience of this this behavior, this yes massa kind of thing, the massa thing. Like it's a shtick that some blacks, a lot of blacks, like to do. It's completely racist, and they do everything they can to get on your nerves, to get you to snap. It's like this really passive aggressive asinine behavior. So he took that and he made it a character that he made literally millions off of. Technically a millionaire, but again, that's multi-millions in our time. $1,000,000 in the 1920s. Imagine what you can do with that. When you can buy a bottle of wine for 10 cents. All right, so yeah. First, he had the first on-screen black romance, all black cast. And as I mentioned, the first millionaire black actor. Not the first millionaire black, I'm sure. Slave trade and all that, amongst other things. So his parents were actually immigrants from Jamaica and Bahamas, and he himself was born in Key West, Florida. His father was a cigar maker, his mother a seamstress. That sounds like humble jobs, but you can make some money doing both, depending on who your clients are. But if they're living in Key West, it couldn't be that bad. But there's some controversy about his background, his upbringing. I don't know if it's part due to the fact that he might have been putting stuff out there to make himself look a certain way or not. Who knows? But there's claims that he was orphaned at an early age and that he ended up in Alabama living for a dentist. Again, I suspect that came from him to kind of sell his character, the laziest man on earth or in the world. The Stepin Fetchit character, his stage name. I don't know. I could be wrong. This is pure speculation. I have no academic backing or whatever, or proof of that. It's just a hunch. But again, I could be completely wrong. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah. So allegedly, one of the stories is that he may have been adopted at the age 11 to live in Alabama, of all places, instead of Key West. Okay, that's a stark difference. Again, now this is basically someone who's raised up as an immigrant. If he was completely raised by his parents in an affluent part of the world, who's doing this character. So he was hated on for this. I'm not a big fan of Jeff Foxworthy myself. I'm not a redneck myself, not at all. But I'll identify as a redneck. I have been. I've been attacked by a libtard, an insane one. I've been called all kinds of things, including redneck, simply because I'm white and they were having a bad day, so they took it because they were white too, by the way. Self-loathing, took it out on me, projected and so on and so forth. So yeah, I've been called all kinds of things. So, but anyways, I haven't spent a lot of my formation years in the South. I still identify with the Southern culture, especially the whites. I mean, I hanged out with both. I was an immigrant, so I never belonged to either. And that's just part of displacement. In Greece, I'm still actually a foreigner. Even in my home village where I was born and baptized, they would consider me a foreigner, an American, and that's how that goes. When you get displaced, when you go back to your homeland, you're now viewed as a foreigner because now you spent all those years in a foreign land, and therefore they identify you with that foreign land. That's just human nature as they go, unfortunately. But likewise, of course, as might not be any surprise to many of you, if not all of you, I'm also seen as a foreigner in America, as the Greek. And so, yeah, when I was in the South, I was either the foreigner to the whites or the white boy to the blacks. But yeah, I'm the kind of person that, for the most part, it's starting to change as our patience is made to be run thin. But yeah, I mean, and I could go on and on about the things that I've been through. I went through a small list when I did some stuff with Amir, which he didn't appreciate evidently. But anyway, yeah, he didn't. I don't want to get into that again, but the way that guy treated me, shame on him. And I finally was honest about why, which he was pretty forthright. And I know the audience members were getting a big laugh at my expense, for being Greek and all the shit he was saying. But Yeah, it's just disgusting. It's tragic. People like that. Anyway, maybe blessed. So, yeah, I mean, the reason I'm talking about this stuff is basically, yeah, it's just a stark contrast. Key West affluent to Alabama. And this guy exploiting this character who's not technically a foreigner himself. He's first generation American since he was born, or was born. He's passed away. He was born in America. But still, it begs the question of what was in his heart and whether or not he was kind of mocking American blacks, let's say. I don't know. But he got filthy rich from it, and he got famous from it, rich and famous. Just like Jeff Foxworthy, who got rich and famous for his, you know you're a redneck if routine, millions and fame. All right, so, yep. So, yeah, parents immigrated, blah, 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 joined the carnival. Here's another one. So now he's joining the carnival as a runaway at age 12. Again, allegedly. That was if he was orphaned. They may have. It's not too far-fetched. I mean, yeah, it's not too far-fetched. You never know. And then through that, became a vaudevillian at the age 20. And this character became the thing, became the shtick that he did. For Will Rogers, it was his rodeo stuff. And by the way, Will Rogers, what really put him on the map is when he was with a circus, and there was like a wild horse or some kind of wild animal that was charging the crowd, the audience, getting up on stage, or so to speak, on the rafters. And he came to the rescue from his rodeo days and lassoed in the beast, whatever it was. And he became a national legend after that for his heroics. So, and that's why he kept getting, the Cherokee Kid and getting screened in his movies, cowboy kind of things and rodeo kind of things early on, at least. Yeah, again, not to be confused with Roy Rogers, who came a little later, and certainly not Buck Rogers, who was a fictional character much, much later. All right, so anyway, yeah, back to Mr. Stepin Fetchit here. Yeah, so vaudevillian 20, signed with Hal Roach too. Wow, this Hal Roach people, they're signing all these people for our gang, right? One of my favorite series growing up. The Little Rascals, an American Minority. There was a reboot in the, what was it, 80s or 90s called The Little Rascals. So in case you're wondering who our gang is, Alfalfa, Buckwheat. Eddie Murphy did his Saturday Night Live Buckwheat thing, which helped make him famous if it wasn't the thing. They got him in the movie industry anyway. And there's parallels here. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, but so yeah, he's over there in England working for Hal Roach in his contract that he signed. I can't remember how many. It was like a series he was supposed to do, a half dozen to a dozen. Yet right after the first one, he gets suddenly canned. Huh. I mean, working with children, he gets suddenly canned. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I can't find anything online. I mean, I'm not going to spend my entire life trying to figure out what that was, but I'll let you figure it out. Fill in the blanks yourself. Hated by some blacks for being a coon. I mean, there's a lot written about this guy decades later and how evil he was. For basically, and I'll get to that. So yeah, I mean, calling him a coon, house nigger, that kind of thing. It's just so frustrating. So multiple, and how much have I gone on too many tangents? Oy vey, over an hour. My apologies, folks. Yeah, and Janice here is talking about Will Rogers. Stepin was actually a musician too, of vaudeville. Probably no surprise there. Yeah, so where was I? Okay. So yeah, so his private life. He was divorced, and I've got more details in the description, by the way, if you're more interested in this, or look it up online. It doesn't take too much. But it's fascinating, the parallels and what's going on here and how they're portrayed by media lately, these people. It's a bit frustrating to watch, especially the hypocrisy. But the hypocrisy coupled with the insatiable love for evil, it's a big problem to say the very least. Yeah, so this guy, I mean, he's hated for playing a character, right? But you look at his personal life, and is it, forgive me, let me be blunt here, is it art imitating life, life imitating art, or what? Multiple divorces because of his abuse towards his wife. And in the top left corner, you see one of his wives. Yep, your eyes aren't deceiving you there. That's the early 20th century, and he's married to a white chick. Jailed, and again, I mean, brutally throwing them down the stairs, their faces disfigured, brutally beating them. Disgusting. It makes me sick. Forgive me, but I mean, I'll try. Sorry. Breathe, Nico. Breathe. All right. Let me play a clip here to entertain you guys and give me a moment to cool down.
What if this is as good as it gets?
Oh.
All right, that made me feel better. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, the divorces, abuse. Yeah, jail for child support. No stereotypes here, people. Nothing to see here, folks. Went bankrupt despite being multimillionaire in essence, in effect. And in the 60s, became Muslim, became buddy with Muhammad Ali Cassius Clay, the trader over there, and Malcolm X, another commie Muslim trader. And you got to wonder again, is BRICS taken over? Look at who Hollywood, these Hollywood Jews, who, they invented communism. I don't care what Lloyd and the like say. That's just the facts. I mean, hate or not, Hebrews invented communism. Bolshevik Revolution, they executed it. No pun intended, but the Holodomor, I mean, the list goes on. The forced vaxes, look up Burla, Pfizer. I mean, the list goes on and on. People who are apologetic for this scum, God forgive me. I mean, they're anti-Christian. You know them by the fruits. Why these people are so passionate and sanely apologists for them? Never mind Zionists in addition to that. I don't know what their agenda is. It's beyond me. But obviously they're liars. They're not that stupid. They're at the very least being willfully ignorant. But what else is going on here? Again, is BRICS taking over? Who's selling out to them? I sure as hell won't. They can all kiss my, you know what? Let me another moment. Breathe.
Oh, kiss my grits.
It could be Janice. I'm not going to put your comment up, but it could very well. But I didn't think about that. That's interesting. I mean, from what we hear these days, you would think that everyone would want to lynch him for it, but you might be right. It might be a status symbol. I didn't even think about that. That's an interesting point. I mean, definitely, some actors who aren't Jewish, who have Jewish wives, and I've got to wonder how much of that plays into their just being diplomatic and trying to work their way into Hollywood, sleep their way up the ladder, so to speak. Like Ted Danson being one of them. He's not Jewish himself, but married Jewish women. It could be a coincidence. I mean, that's speculation on my part. I really don't know. So anyway, where was that? Yeah, okay, enough of this guy and his abuse. Muslim. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I mean, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, right? So his son, one of his children from his divorces, his son. You can look up the New Jersey Turnpike massacre, and you can see the details for yourself here. It's disturbing. His son was a black activist, and these days, I mean, if you're in the 60s, I'm sure you can understand. With the Weathermen and the Black Panthers and black Black Power movement. It's just the Satanism back then too. I mean, it's just crazy. So yeah, his black activist son shot and murdered. I think it was like 16 people in the New Jersey Turnpike incident, and that was in 1969. What a swell guy, and this is his personal life. But yet, modern blacks, or some of them, the political activists, possibly also communists, want to hate on this guy for his portrayals, and I'll get to that. Being raised in the South, I'll get to that. I mean, I should have just while I'm covering this, but we've got the whole month, so I'm going to parse it out. I'm going to again talk about my personal experiences with that. And again, don't get me wrong, I love black people. I know that sounds like BS. One of my best friends who's disappeared on me was black. I didn't like him because he was black and all that stuff. Actually, he kind of befriended me. I don't want to get into that story, but it's kind of a weird story, crazy story. But yeah. Anyway, so it's not because I'm not like playing I have got a black friend card here over here, but I'm saying that to put in perspective, I'm not exactly what the libtards will hypocritically, because now they're the Nazis, would hypocritically call it. I'm not a Nazi or anything, but I am combating mass media messaging, which is pushing this basically ethnic cleanse the quote unquote European. Do a sex change, emasculate the man. Well, I got to unfortunately include the traditional man, but no, the man. And also, of course, end Christianity. And that's the ultimate goal. That's the whole point. Because who are the vanguards of Christianity? Unfortunately, it's not the Middle East, because that's been allowed to be and empowered, to be frank, to become Muslim, predominantly Muslim. That's disgusting. You got the Jews and the state of Israel, and Israel is a people, not a geography. So the state of Israel, and then you've got the Muslims, and in the crossfire are the Christians suffering from both. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. It's alarming. But that's the modern era. All righty. So this is my last slide. I'm going to get to that just so you guys get a quick glance. We're going to talk about this to some degree. And let me I forgot to put the link. My apologies. Let me do that now. Link to come up whenever you want. My apologies. I didn't do that sooner. And on Rumble, got to do that separately because StreamYard won't sync up with Rumble for some reason. Anyway, yeah, so come up anytime. We'll talk about what's going after the movie. An hour and 15 minutes, not too bad. I hope I didn't wear you guys out. But let me just say this one quote. As a young business owner, in my 20s, I had a little pizza stand. That was the inheritance that I recently got stolen from me. Anyway, yeah, I mean, amongst other things, I'm growing up, I'm going to touch on this a lot. I mentioned, I think in the last stream or so, about how this redneck in the South came up to my father in our first restaurant, the size of a stand itself, a slightly bigger, a food stand, a food truck or something, but stationary, at any rate. Comes in and just throws the food at my father, tells him to get back on the boat. I mean, a guy who, from that one stand, made all kinds of money, enough to buy another restaurant and then slowly another chain. From the next restaurant he bought, by the way, was my inheritance. Anyways, but I'm getting off at the end just there, neither here nor there. But yeah, I mean, the point is, if his food was so bad, how did this one man, who was basically a middle school dropout, uneducated, so to speak, make so much money off his food if his food was that bad that a guy was compelled to walk into his place and throw the food at him and tell him to get back on the boat? And I don't know any food that's that bad. I've had some that was close. The duck tongue people, if you ever go to Chinatown, do never try the web feet, or especially the duck tongue. Or in the South, the pig brains omelet. Don't ever do that. Oh, God. Yeah, I like to explore. I like to try things out. But those two dishes, that was pretty much the last 2 times I said I'm not experimenting with food anymore. Not that I'm going to stick with McDonald's or anything. That's a whole other story. But anyway. All right. So yeah, but basically the reason I brought up this restaurant is, or the restaurants in general, being in the South. Look, statistically speaking, when you look at standardized testing in America, I'm talking about the United States here. I'm not speaking for any other country. United States. What they call African Americans, blacks, are the bottom of the barrel. This is no exaggeration. Statistically speaking, they score the lowest. But if you were raised with them, you see that's not just as they claim, well, that's just racially biased statistics or whatever. So what should the standardized test be? How high can you jump so you can measure IQ? I mean, what are these libtards even going on about? Do they even know? Anyway, so the standardized testing, and I'm going off a tangent there, but it's relevant. I'm quite fed up with people complaining, oh, the statistics are lies, they're biased, whatever. I have more respect for black people than that to call the standardized testing bias. In the sense that I believe that any black person could do well on a test if they apply themselves. And forgive me for sounding like Bill Cosby here, but that's just a fact. And anyone who denies that, I would probably want to smack in the face, to be frank, because they're being hypocritically racist. That's extremely offensive to think that black people are incompetent or stupid. That's extremely offensive to me. Anyway, so these racist blacks, like I said, they do the master routine and all that to wear you out and all this stuff. And so what I have to endure, they're coming into the restaurant, including my own restaurant, time and again, coming up to me and going, what comes on a pepperoni pizza? I'm not making this up, people. Now, can you really be that stupid? Or is this the master routine to come into my place and bust my chops? So, yeah, Stepin Fetchit exploited that behavior and made millions, and we're going to get a glimpse of that. That's enough of this presentation. I might bring up that slide afterward, maybe not. But let's get into the movie here. Again, you can come up anytime you want, and oh boy, here we go again. Sorry, folks, I've got to pull the movie back up. Accidentally clicked out of it. Anyway, so while you're waiting on me to do that, you know what? Let me pull this up. Hold on. This annoying video. My apologies again for this. For all of it. So unprofessional. Okay, still can't find it. I've got so many tabs up, and when I click too quickly, I accidentally click on getting it out, and I've got to search for it. Here we go. Sorry, finally. Okay, here we go. My apologies again. Let's bring this to this thing, maximize it, 1,000 clicks, bring it on stage. And by the way, I'll be releasing this in full without the interruptions and on-screen stuff and all that right after the live stream. So feel free to watch that. Unless it's horrendous, then I won't do that. But I don't think it will be. It should be entertaining and good. And here we go. Without further ado, enjoy. Uh-oh. Or not enjoy?
Yeah. Here. Court's call to order.
Your Honor, there is no doubt in the mind of the Commonwealth that this prisoner is a confirmed chicken thief. He has no place in this God-fearing community. He is a vagrant. He cometh from no man knows whence. Since arriving in our midst, he has been known to do no honest work. The Commonwealth of Kentucky asks, yea, demands, that he be adjudged guilty and sentenced to 6 months on the chain gang.
Hey, boy, wake up there. Sheriff, wake him up there. If anybody's going to sleep in this court, it'll be me. Hey, wake up. Come here, boy. There. Come on over here, right there. What's your name?
Jeff Poindexter.
Poindexter?
Yeah.
Who gave you that?
Mr. Riley.
Ranny? You mean Major Randolph Poindexter from down at Pine Bluff?
Yeah, Pine Bluff. Oh.
Well, looks like you Poindexters is always getting mixed up with some chicken somehow. Hey, Sergeant, it seems like I recollect you and Major Ranny having some connection with the flesh of the fowl at one time.
So good if we didn't. You know, Major Ranny was the fightingest soldier that ever chased a yank up a tree. You know, Billy, you and me pricked near starved that day when we went foraging for a snack after the Battle of Chickamauga.
Chickamauga? No, it was the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain.
There's no such a thing as a Chickamauga.
Oh, you're both wrong.
I'm not wrong.
It was the summer of '63, and we were just outside of Nashville.
No, Billy's right. I remember. But wasn't I there, Richard?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth objects to this digression.
Now, Senator, you know, now the point is that the Major, he acted the part of a gentleman and a soldier, and he removed the temptation from out of our path by eating up all the fat hens in the whole bunch and leaving us nothing but a lot of old skinny Dominic roosters. You remember, boy?
Come to think of it, Billy, they were Plymouth Rocks. There was no such a thing that was Yankee chicken. There was Rhode Island Red. I know what I could
No, Plymouth Rock.
Yankee.
Your Honor!
Dominic.
Your Honor!
It was Dominic.
Is this a court of law?
I know that.
I ask you, is this a court of law?
Now, Senator, I don't get on your high horse that way. You know, we ain't in a great big hurry, but incidentally, what do you charge with there, boy?
Nothing, Judge, but
I wasn't there, them chickens showing up. Just fishing.
Fishing? Where was you fishing?
Down Sleepy River.
Ain't no fish in Sleepy River.
Oh, son.
Ain't either.
Full of catfish.
Talks like Jimmy. Yeah?
Sure is, white folks. I catch good-ass catfish in there that long.
There's your proof he's lying.
Here, come here. What do you use for bait?
Oh, I got a hunk of beef liver.
Beef liver.
Yeah, I can take the
That's
beef
good.
liver and put it on there. I can chunk it out there, let them have the first piece for nothing, see 'em. Then you put some more on that and chunk it out there, and then they think they're going to get that for nothing, and you catch them long as you got the liver. And I go down there all the time, and I don't care nothing but that liver. All right, gentlemen, the coming on.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, down there. I bet it must have been how long?
Yo, sir. I told you night.
Are you crazy? Or just plain stupid?
Stupid is, stupid does, Mrs. Blue.
I guess.
I got to take down the judge's clothes. Got to take 'em in the house. Yes, Lord. Got to get out that old ironing board. Fix 'em up for the judge to wear. Yes, Lord. That's what I was going to do. Praise the Lord, Mr. Room. Is you a hand or is you ain't? I am, Dixie. How come you here? The judge say you up there at that college learning to be a lawyer, man.
Aunt Dilsey, I got stomach trouble.
Lord help you, white child. What them Yankees been feeding you?
Not a darn thing. That's the trouble. What have you got for supper?
Mr. Rome, you stay here. Us was going to kill the high stepness rooster in the yard and a great big bowl of milk gravy and grits.
And waffles?
Don't you worry none, honey. You's home now. Miss Rome's home. Miss Rome's home. Miss Rome's home.
Hey, Uncle Billy!
Well, if it ain't wrong. Well, salt me down. What happened up there? Did them Yankees kick you out of that law school, huh?
Sure they did, with a diploma. You're now looking at a full-fledged member of the bar.
Let me look at you. Full-fledged, my gizzard. Yeah, lawyer. You know, you better get your britches half sold, because you're going to sit around a long time before you get your first client.
Well, I don't mind, Uncle Billy.
You know what happened to me before I got my first client, don't you? Lord, I sat through 2 Republican administrations before I...
Who are you playing?
Oh, I'm just doing a little practicing here for the championship. I got Jeff here. He's doing the retrieving for me. Me and Herman Felsberg is going to play against Jimmy Bagby and Doc Lake. 2 of them balls down there, will you, Jeff?
2 again.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the last time?
I'm going to show you what had happened to Jimmy Bagby now. If he's, just want to show you how far I can...
Ooh, look at them Yankee shoes.
You got all that, Jeff? Look at that.
Yes, I never seen shoes with buttons on them before. I seen pants, but
Oh, say, that's fine.
Oh, just take your button shoes with you and just step that off and see just how far it is.
All
I
right,
think that's
Uncle
about a
Billy.
record.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. Glad to see me?
Why, I thought you were still up north.
I got in this morning.
How'd you know I was back here?
Well, I didn't, but Uncle Billy... Why, you look pretty with those things.
Isn't this a lovely spray?
Mm-hmm. Now, young lady, I want to ask you a question.
Please let me down, Rome.
Miss Gillespie, will you please tell this court why you didn't answer my letters?
I've got to go in. Really, I have.
Now, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
You know why.
All I know is that you've changed since I went away.
Well, that isn't it, Rome. It's just that we've grown up.
You mean you don't like me anymore?
Oh, Rome.
Well, if my mother or anybody has said anything... Oh, Ellie Mae, I mean... Well, I'm old enough to choose my own friends.
Please let me go.
We've got to get this thing settled once and for all.
I've got to go in. Really, I have.
All right, then. I'm coming back tonight and find out what it's all about.
You can't. I have an engagement.
Who with?
Fleming Talley.
Well, how about tomorrow night?
Oh, Rome, it's no use.
All right. That's the way you feel about it? You can sit right there. We understand each other.
That's all right. That's all right. We don't need no more practice for them old men. Besides, that exertion calls for a julep.
Yes, but you're going to wait for that young gentleman for you.
Wait for him? Unless young folks has changed since I was skirmishing around. He won't be back for quite a while.
Just look at that goat.
Ain't that a pretty sight?
What, that goat?
There ain't nothing pretty in the world than two young folks in love in the spring.
What do about that goat?
Oh, goat. My Lord, ain't you got any sentiment? Ain't you got no girl? Wasn't you ever in love? Tell us stand around here talking about a goat or something.
But your mint?
What about my mint?
A goat in your mint bed.
It's in my mint bed.
That guy.
Yeah.
Get out. Acting like you starved. I bet you hungry. Don't look.
Why, William Priest.
Oh, hello, Carrie.
This is a fine how do you do. What will the neighbors say? I'm ashamed of you. What's ailing you now?
That gum goat come in here and eat up my mint bed there. I bet he must have been the ruination of 1,000,000 juleps.
You and your precious mint juleps. A circuit court judge. Where's your dignity?
Dignity? I don't reckon the Priest family will ever have to worry about dignity as long as you're alive and kicking.
Well, it's a good thing somebody in this family has pride.
I always told my brother when he married you that he saved the family name.
Well, if he were living, he wouldn't be fooling around the front yard with a goat. That's not what I came for. Have you seen Rome?
Oh, Rome? Rome? Oh, appears like I did see that son of yours around here a while ago. I expect he's downtown, though, now. Strutting around, showing off his button shoes.
Now, don't you play possum with me. As if I didn't know you'd been encouraging that girl over there to set her cap for Rome.
Carrie. If I didn't know that you had the biggest heart of any woman in the world, I'd think you're the most suspicious creature that ever come down the pipe.
Never mind that. You come up on the porch. I want to talk to you.
If I'd have known that's the way you felt about it, I wouldn't have hurried home so fast.
I'm sorry, Rome, but after all, you have your career, your family, and everything in the world that matters to you right here.
I don't think you care what matters to me.
That's not fair, Rome. After all, I'm only telling you for your own good.
William, I'm not a woman to beat about the bush. This business of Rome and that girl next door has got to stop.
What do you got against Ellie Mae? She's an awful sweet girl, seems to me. She's got gumption, and she teaches school and supports herself.
I don't want to be unkind. She may be a very nice girl and all that. But after all, Rome is one of the Kentucky priests. And the name of priest means something in Kentucky.
Well, I've never heard that it meant intolerance.
It means good stock and family pride. You know the kind of stock she comes from.
Yeah, her ma come to this town penniless and died giving birth to Ellie Mae. I remember the night. She was a frail little woman. Wasn't any bigger than Ellie Mae is now. And just as pretty.
But who was her father?
Well, nobody don't rightfully know.
Well, family may not mean anything to you, but it means a whole lot to me. I'm not going to have my grandchildren come into the world under a cloud.
You haven't by any chance picked Hod Maydew as a grandpappy, have you?
Oh, I know you've never liked Senator Maydew, but you can't say anything against his folks. They've got money, they're an old family, and Virginia's a lovely girl. She's always been crazy about Rome. He could do a lot worse.
Well, I guess me and Rome, we ain't got anything to say about it.
I knew you'd come around to my way.
You gonna stay for supper, ain't you, Carrie?
Not tonight, thank you, William. The daughters of the Confederacy are having a chicken supper at Kate Maydew's, and I'm late already.
Looks like you daughters get more ferocious every year towards Yankees and fried chicken. You got your badge on there.
Yes.
Mighty pretty.
Good night, William.
Sometimes I think you women got more badges and medals out of the soldiers did. Good night, Carrie. Listen, that old whippoorwill calling his mate. Him and his kin has been nesting around here for nigh on 30 years.
A lonesome kind of sound, isn't it, Uncle Billy?
Tis so. You know, the good Lord never meant for nobody, either man or bird, to live by themselves.
Uncle Billy, why didn't you come and live with us after Aunt Margaret died?
Oh, I never could stand your mom's cooking. Oh, fine swing over there on that other porch. I wouldn't be surprised if they ain't a pretty girl sitting in it now.
She's got another fella tonight.
Ellie Mae sure is pretty. Fella gets her will certainly have to do some prancing. He can't sit around and look glum all the time.
There he is now.
Who?
That Flem Tally.
The barber?
Yeah.
Gives off a poor shave.
Whoa. Whoa, babe.
Yeah, I am, honey. Jimmy, here's the news.
Son, there ain't nothing will get your mind off women folks like work. Will you run back in my library there and get my old Kentucky Code of Statutes? It's an old calfskin book up on the top shelf there. That gets me, that brain there. Long years, I'm just gonna see if I can stop him.
Gabby Rives and Joe Herringer, you know, the boys that work for me down at my barber shop. Well, they comes to me tonight and wants me to go over to Old Town. Some high-flying gals over there. But I tells them no. I can have all the fun I want right here at home. Now, guess who I was talking about?
Couldn't I make you some lemonade?
Lemonade? Sure, honey. And I got something to sweeten it with. Right out of the mountains and kicking like a mule.
Jack! Oh, Jack! You see anything of Mr. Flem Tally, the barber man around here? No, what'll he be doing around here? I don't know, Judge, but they's headed this way for him. What are you talking about? Who's they? Some lady's pappy, two-barrel shotgun. He said Mr. Tally's been messing around. He sure is in a killing mood. You mean that he's going to annihilate him? No, sir. He just gonna shoot him. That's all. Well, there ain't a thing that I can do about it. My job don't stop until they've got him all laid out in the morgue, full of buckshot, cold and dead, and ready for burial. Then I steps in. But you, Judge, you the law. Oh, I can't do a thing about it, as I said before, until the shooting is over. And then I'll certainly see that the murderer gets a fair trial.
Uncle Billy, I couldn't find that book anywhere.
What book?
That Kentucky law book.
Oh, maybe I didn't have one. Ellie Mae's waiting for you over there.
What? How do you know? Are you sure?
Now, don't be standing here like a jaybird gawking when I tell you she's waiting. Go on out of here and go. Whippoorwill. Mighty poor company on a night like this. Good night, dear. Been a long time, honey, since you and the babies went away. Oh, Rome come home tonight. Little Robert E. would have been, he'd have been just the same age as Rome is now. I guess it's Rome coming home is what makes it seem more lonesome than ever around here. Funny, you know that fella that he enlarged that tin type. He sure did a pretty job. I wish you could see it, honey. See, that fella put that guilt on there. Regular humbug. Get that fixed. Honey, it sure is a pretty night. Been awful late spring. But I don't know when I've seen the flowers looking better this time of year. People are funny things. Always got their eyes set on something. Rome, he's got his eyes set on Ellie Mae, and Carrie, she's got hers set on old Hard Maydew's daughter, Rome. Old Hard, he's got his eyes set on my job. Some of them's gonna be disappointed. Them honeysuckles sure do smell sweet. Seems like I just can't get my nose full enough of them. That burn, honey. There's Bob Gillis over that grave. It's at Ellie Mae's mother's.
You're a pretty boy, though. Yes, sir, you is.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hello, Billy.
What are you doing there? Figuring on getting called to the colors again? Hello, Gillis.
Well,
Never know what them Yanks is going to do. We licked them once, and I'm keeping old Deadeye ready in case we got to do it again.
Say, better look at old General Forrest there. Think he's gonna need a little shoeing pretty soon.
Well, I'm mighty busy right now, Billy, shoeing them two horses over there. Hey, Bob, we better take a look at the judge's horses, some of them. Now, Snifter, good corn. You can smell the feet of the boy that plowed it.
That breath of yours is like a hot mince pie.
Where you going?
Going fishing. Sleepy River.
Sleepy River? Why don't you fish in the trough there?
Need shoeing?
no, all right for a while yet.
Say, bad scar you got there. Bullet?
Yeah,
Get that in the war?
no.
Folks say you come from up north. Must have got that up there. We'll talk to Jeff first, find out anything. Hey, wake up here. Somebody come along, steal the horse, and leave you sitting here holding the line. All right, come on with that beef liver now.
Bait, bait bag. Oh, let's keep it in heavy
Hurry up now.
and liver.
Oh, gee, don't tell me you ain't got it.
Look like that liver them walked off by itself.
Lord. Here,
Oh,
I'm going to catch any catfish and ain't got no bait. Take this dime now and hurry on back to town and get me that beef liver.
all right, sir.
Hurry up now.
All right. Actually running now. That's the way it is.
You gonna put your shoes on?
Look, I'm saving in case my feet wear out. And then I have them.
Much sitting around as you do. It won't be your feet that'll wear out.
Master Jesus wrote me a note. He wrote it on the wall. He tell me to put on my Sunday clothes. For he's coming to fetch me soon. Master Jesus wrote me a note. He walked it in a star. Say he gonna wash me white as snow. Though I be as black as tar.
Because I got a hand, this good old pretty vest hanging up in there doing nothing.
Fine crab. Well, plague take you, I thought I told you to stay away from that
Yeah,
vest.
but Judge, it got hung up on
Yeah, you
my...
got my coat on there, too.
Yes, but this old skunk coat...
Skunk coat?
I mean possum.
What do you mean, possum?
Rabbit.
Rabbit? Say, listen, every inch of that is raccoon. Better be raccoon. I took it off a rich Yankee. Now you get in there and put them things away from there. Better get on over at that festival there. Dixie might be needing you, too.
How are you, Judge?
Just Oliver, Ever. Just Oliver.
I'm afraid it takes ice cream and cake to get you old soldiers out of it, Judge.
Yeah, if the Lord ever gets in a jam, why, he knows who to call on.
That's right. Going to church isn't everything there is to it. Evening, Senator. Good evening, Reverend. Good evening, Judge Breeze.
Good evening, Rod.
As one of our best churchgoers.
Yes, it's surprising how far some men will go to get a few votes. Too bad we didn't get rid of him and get him off up to Congress there after him spending that term in the state Senate.
I understand he thinks you deprived him of that honor.
Me? Great Democratic Party and Thomas Jefferson.
Evidently, the senator doesn't see it that way. Tell me that his cases in your court have taken on the appearance of a personal feud now that he's a candidate for your job.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Ashby. But I am going to have to get out and do some mighty tall electioneering, you know. Hart he's a spellbinder in a silver tongue way back. I'm just an old country Jake who kind of a baby kisser. I ain't got much to offer the boys in the way of rhetoric.
I understand he doesn't approve of your grammar.
My grammar. First thing I learned in politics was when to say ain't.
Speaking of ice cream, did I ever tell you about Shiloh? Didn't I? Wait a minute, Doc. Wait a minute. How did you hear this? Well, come here. Come on back here. What do you hear? It was the eve before Shiloh, and them orders had to get across the river to General Beauregard. What did I do? I took off my clothes and I stuffed the orders in my mouth and I plunged in. It was pitch dark. Well, sir, I was going...
Good evening. Swimming again, Jimmy?
Where was I?
Right in the middle of the river.
Yeah, yes, sir. There you're swimming in 12 miles to go yet. There I was, swimming, diving under and around Yankee gunboats all around me, surrounded by Yankee gunboats, and me dodging them right in...
Gunboats?
Yes, sir.
Putting them gunboats in there is a new tack, ain't it, Jimmy?
Now, Rome. Now, don't you young people think you have to entertain us old folks?
That's right. Run along now. They're getting ready for the candy pull. Perhaps Rome has other plans.
Oh, no, he hasn't. I declare, Virginia gets prettier every time I see her.
And I know you're happy to have Rome at home again. Oh, he's such a nice boy. Don't they look fine together? Look at them, Horace.
Ah, yes. Youth, beauty. I remember when I first crossed the threshold of my young manhood and listened to the sweet murmurings of my heart.
Double portion, please. You have a full portion there. Oh, but we can pay for it. Can't we, Ro?
I propose to conduct my campaign on a dignified basis. No personality. Others may censure the homespun manners of Judge Priest on the bench. Not I. Others may question the methods by which he has held political control of the county for a quarter of a century. Not I. Oh, gentlemen, merit alone will count in the forthcoming election.
Where have you been keeping yourself, Ro? I think you've forgotten where I live.
Nothing like that.
Mother and Daddy are always teasing me about you. I tell them you don't care anything about me. That you have a girl up north.
Well, even if I did have, haven't you got every boy in town on your string?
Oh, those stick in the mud. They make me tired. Besides, I've been waiting for somebody else.
Attention. Say, what's the prettiest gal at the festival here, moping around back here by herself, huh?
You want some taffy, Judge?
I ain't much of a taffy puller. On second thoughts, you can give me a wad of that, too.
Right. Put the butter on your hands first.
Oh, Uncle Billy.
Oh, no. You ain't doing that right.
What's the matter with it?
Here, let me see your hand. You ain't got no butter on there, no wonder. Here, let me show you. Here, put mine in here. Let me show you. There. Go on up there. Run on up there and put some more stickum on your hand there. Go on, right up there.
All right, Uncle Billy.
That's it. Now, here. Put that right over in there now. Now, here. Now, that's the thing. Candy pulling, you got to keep your mind right on it. Look at it. That's how you're getting it all on your hand. Keep your mind on what you're doing there now. Oh, you pulling candy with champion candy puller of this neighborhood now. I think this is your fault.
The sun shines bright in my old Kentucky home. This summer, the darkies are gay. The corn tops rise as the meadows in the blue, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more. Kentucky home, of my own Kentucky home, far
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Judge. You next. Say, Flem, you got the only lively spot in town. Here, Gabby, what's the latest news in the paper this morning? Hello, Lige.
Howdy, Judge.
Say, you ain't been in lately, have you? Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Nice day.
Yeah.
Oh, Flem, here she comes.
And does she like her Flemish?
Hey, Flem, when you two getting hitched?
Don't know if I heard nobody talking about marriage.
You ain't scared of no shotgun wedding, are you?
Not as long as she ain't got no paw.
Say, that fellow's gonna make himself mighty unpopular around here. That's right, Judge. Yeah. There's about 2,000 male citizens here that's gonna be mighty sore at him. Yeah. When they find out that he punched you in the jaw before they could. Yes, he's gonna be awful unpopular around here.
We're not mixing the last shots fired.
You ain't gonna have no excuse. I got the grounds in good shape. Yeah, you choose up with them.
There you go.
Yeah.
1, 2. Oh, your hands shook it.
Who starts, Herman?
Yes, sir.
Now I've been all alone in a country called our home. Don't put enough in that, just like most of that. Yeah, and I got a spare one of them. Just sure. I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but I just like always got it trying.
Hey, cut them monkey shine. How you expect the judge to win that croquet game with no soulless in his stomach?
Hey, Dixie, you done forgot the jug. The jug here. All right, you can't say I never told you now. Leaving somebody here with all this stuff. I bet she gonna blame me.
Don't see you around much. No. Trying to keep to yourself, don't you? Yeah.
Joe, get some more beer while I knocks me that 14 ball down there in the corner.
I'll pay for it.
Hey, Phil, Gillis is out there.
Yeah?
Yes.
Come on, let's get it.
Don't hold your horses now. He'll be heading to you in a minute, going home.
Fellas with me? Sure.
Sure with you.
Another? Nope.
When you get out of here, you already out. Get out. Get out of here.
Oh, no.
Get away. I missed it. He missed it.
Rome, please. Wait a minute. Wait. This is an important game here now.
Keep still.
We're censored.
Let me talk to you.
Golly, I don't see how the South ever lost the war with a guy that could argue like you do.
Uncle Billy.
What is the matter? You've already made me lose the game.
Uncle Billy, I got a client.
Oh, who is it? What's the matter with him?
Gillis, you know, Mr. Bagby's man. What's that, Bob Gillis? What's he doing? He cut up Flem Tally.
Yeah?
And right after he gave himself up, he sent for me. Well, I'll be kicked by a mule. Did he cut him bad? Well, I can't tell yet. Gee, Uncle Billy, he sent for me. It'll be the biggest case in your whole court session, and I'll be defending him.
Well, I wouldn't gloat too soon now.
Oh, don't you worry. Hey, Ellie Mae! See, yeah, I'm going to get down to the jail and see what that fellow's got to say for himself.
I'm going to see
Darn Robert, they robbed us out of that. Herman, now, you better get on down there with me because you're liable to get a chance to go as bail.
Ellie Mae! Yeah, Ellie Mae, I got a client.
Oh, Rome, I knew you would.
Come on over. I want you to talk to Uncle Billy and tell you all about it.
That sort of novelty, Herman, the barber getting cut up. If you ever cut him up, couldn't have cut him much if you used the barber's razor.
Where's Rome? I won't have it, that's all. He's getting mixed up with that kind of people.
Oh, what's he done now?
Well, he's done enough.
Mother, what's the matter? Something wrong?
If you're in the habit of discussing your affairs before strangers, I'm not.
Well, Ellie Mae's not a stranger.
Excuse me, Rome, I'll go.
No, wait.
All right. I have nothing to hide.
Carrie, what's the matter? Have you been out in the sun too much?
You shut up, William Priest. I hold you responsible for everything that's happened. Are you going to defend that man?
Mr. Gillis? You bet I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
Mother, what do you mean I'm not?
I suppose you know what's behind this drunken brawl? No? Well, then I'll tell you. They were fighting over that girl in a saloon.
Mother, that's not so.
Carrie, you can accumulate more misinformation in a shorter time than anybody who told you all this rigmarole.
Virginia made you.
Who?
Virginia made you.
Oh.
She got it straight from her father.
And brought it straight to you.
She wanted to warn Rome.
I know you've never liked me, Mrs. Priest. I know you've tried to stop Rome from going with me. And I know you think I'm not good enough for him. But let me tell you something. If Rome were half as mean as you are, he wouldn't be good enough for me.
Well, of all things.
Carrie, looks like you run second.
Oh, no, I don't. If Rome's father were alive, he'd back me up. Rome's already got himself talked about all over town with this girl, and I'm not going to have him publicly defending her in court.
Well, Rome, see how your mother feels about it, so looks like you lost your first client. It's certainly hard to get, too.
No, Uncle Billy, I haven't lost anything.
Rome!
Mother, I think I'm old enough to know my own mind. I said I'd defend Mr. Gillis, and I'm going to go through with it.
Right this way, Reverend. Have that chair there, please, sir. Hi, Irvin. Hi, Luke. How are you? Yeah. Hi. Howdy, May it please the court. I would point out that for many years, a political and personal difference has existed between Your Honor and myself. Now that I am a candidate for the exalted office which you have held for so many years, those differences have reached a point where, for the protection of the people, I must demand an impartial trial judge.
Perhaps I'm getting deaf, but the fact had never reached me before. Are you insinuating that you won't get full justice in this court?
I maintain that my language was sufficiently plain for any comprehension, however obtuse. But I will make it even franker. I charge, in the presence of two witnesses, you took sides with defendant Gillis in a prior attack upon this plaintiff.
I've been sitting on this bench for nigh on 20 years, and nobody has ever asked me to step down.
I'll file an affidavit of prejudice.
That won't hardly be necessary.
Then I call upon you, Judge Priest, to vacate the bench during this trial and yield your place to a qualified judge.
I'm not denying, Senator, that you kind of took my breath away. I guess I had just sort of got the habit that I was took for granted here on this bench. Gosh, I was put near raised in this courtroom. When I quit fighting, 65, for what we thought was right, I kind of calmed down, found out I couldn't lick the whole United States. I come back here to my hometown and I put up my shingle. It wasn't long before I was sitting on that bench. Maybe I did have a hankering for the spirit of the law, not the letter. But as far as I know, nobody ever found cause to complain till now. Now you jury, you forget everything that I've said. And my feelings has no place in the records of this trial. Now, if you will excuse me, neither side has any objection. I'd like to ask the Honorable Floyd Fairley if he won't come up here and take my place on the bench.
Well, what happened then? Gentlemen of the jury, in plain language, the defendant here burst in upon these three worthy citizens.
I object, Your Honor. I deny that my client ever burst into any place or anything.
Objection sustained. So be it, Your Honor. Nevertheless, I shall demonstrate that my young friend's client here did burst into something. That armed with a lethal weapon, to wit, a dirk, dagger, or knife of deadly length and deadly sharpness, he burst into Mr. Talley's quivering flesh.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Your Honor's humble servant bows to Your Honor's august ruling. In due time, Mr. Talley's scarred and mutilated person will bespeak the verity of my claim with a silent eloquence far exceeding the powers of my poor tongue.
We was playing bottle pool when he come in and attacked at me.
Didn't you attack him with a billiard cue?
Not until after he come at me with a knife.
Well, it's just like Flem says. We wasn't paying him no mind, and he come looking for Flem.
But weren't you three all armed with billiard cues?
Well, never heard of nobody playing pool without him.
It's just like Flamin' Joe says. He come in looking for trouble.
You don't like the defendant, do you?
Who does?
Your Honor, the defense is through with the witness.
I should think my young learned colleague would be glad to be through with the witness. Your Honor, the prosecution rests.
Before the defense proceeds, this court recesses for half an hour.
I don't know why you did it, Mr. Gillis. The Judge Priest told me what happened in the barber shop. Oh, you've got to tell the jury.
They'd never convict you in a million years if they knew you were defending a girl's name.
Don't you see? You can't think of me now. You've got to think of yourself.
Look, Mr. Gillis, I don't want to bring Ellie Mae's name into this thing any more than you do. But she's right. They can give you 10 years for assault. The way Maydu's working on the jury, they'll give you the limit.
Well, you've got to tell the truth, Mr. Gillis. Don't you see? You've got to.
I ain't going to tell him anything. Yes, sir. Tally lied all the way through. And Herringer and Gab Ride, they lied too. It was 3 against 1 in Billy Gaynor's back room, and it's 3 against 1 in this here courtroom.
Have you ever been in any other cutting scrape in town before?
No, sir.
That's all.
One moment. Where do you come from, Mr. Gillis? I ain't a saying. You aren't exactly what we Southerners would call a sociable person, are you? I mind my own business. Precisely. Except when you go looking for trouble. I don't go looking for trouble. But I ain't the one to run away from it. How long have you had a grievance against Mr. Talley? We had a run-in a few days before he jumped me. Oh, run-in, eh? And what was this run-in about? Well, come on, tell the jury. What did you hate him for? I ain't a saying. Then you didn't have any reason for knifing. I didn't say that. Well, make up your mind. Why did you hate him? I ain't a saying. Your Honor. Anything further?
That's all, Your Honor. The defense rests.
This court will adjourn till tomorrow morning. It is our hope that the summations will be brief, so that we may all attend the reunion ceremonies, which begin at noon.
Well, then, yes, this is a pleasure.
Well, I don't get a chance to do this often. You certainly does me honor. Here, Jeff, make the Reverend comfortable there. It looks like you kind of caught me red-handed there. Could I, kind of inveigle? Been a long, tiresome day, and it's mostly mint.
No, thank you, William. I appreciate your sympathy.
You know, I kind of thought that that you'd be working on your Memorial Day address tomorrow.
Now, that'll take care of itself. What I'm worried about is this poor devil of a Gillis.
You know Gillis?
My trade takes me into queer quarters sometimes.
Well, I feel just as sorry for that fella Gillis as you do, but I'm plumb out of it. Hart got the best of me. He sure did. Case is closed. It's all settled. I don't think Hart will, he'll be fool enough to reopen the case for nobody or nothing.
William, I have a duty to perform. The Christian's duty. I'm going to violate the sacred confidence of another. I'm going to break a pledge of secrecy because it's the only course that I see that lies before me.
I'm listening, Ashby.
25 years ago.
The judge is showing hard misery. Reckon folks ain't been acting just right. Maybe his stomach's been complaining and he needs a toddy this night. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. 'Cause tomorrow he's got to be like Mr. Samson, saving Daniel from the lion's den. Saving Daniel from the lion's den. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. The judge could do with a toddy right now. Yes, yes. Yes, they'll see soon as I get me some men. Oh, Jeff. Jeff. Come on, hurry up here. Come on here when I holler at you. Where you been?
I was.
Hey, listen, you want to earn that old coonskin coat of mine?
I can have that coon coat, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah, wait a minute. Come back here. You can if you do everything I tell you to. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Mr. Hart Maydew?
Yeah, that mean man, that coat house.
Yeah. Well, now you see that he gets that, but don't you let him know how he got there.
That's
see?
all I got to do.
Yeah.
Thank
Say,
you.
wait a minute. Can you play Dixie on that thing there?
With that coon coat, yes, I played Dixie with Marching Through Georgia.
Way ahead. Marching Through Georgia. Yeah. I got you out of one lynching.
Yes, but for that coon coat, I know that I was going to
Get you playing Marching Through Georgia, I'll join the lynchers.
Hello, children. What do y'all got in your bed? Chicken. Well, that's what I got. That's what the judge like. Hey, the jury's coming in. What? Hey, Lamb, come on, the jury's coming in.
I'm telling you, Sheriff, we've lost the bass drum.
How could you lose a bass drum?
Someone stole it. We need it for the parade.
Thank you.
You may begin your summation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Please, Your Honor. Since adjournment yesterday, certain information has come into the hands of the Commonwealth, which, in the interest of justice, impels me to reopen the case. The Commonwealth desires to recall the defendant Gillis for further cross-examination.
Very well, Mr. Maydew. Proceed.
Robert Gillis, take the stand.
Your Honor, as I recollect our procedure, for the time being, I'm an ordinary member of the bar. In good standing?
Not ordinary, sir, but absolutely in good standing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, kindly. Then I have the honor of announcing myself as Associate Counsel for the defense. Seeing as the case has been reopened,
Mr. Gillis, were you always a man of turbulent and violent nature? I always left them alone as left me alone. Is that so? What was the name of the man you once upon a time murdered? I never looked on it as no. No, it wasn't murdered. A man was killed, wasn't he? Yes. And they stuck you in jail, didn't they? Yes. And they charged you with murder, didn't they? Yes. And the jury found you guilty, didn't they? Yes. Were you sentenced to be hung? No, I went up for life. Did you escape or were you pardoned? I ain't a saying. I won't tell you no more no matter what you ask me. You don't need to. Judge Priest, your witness.
no questions, Your Honor.
But, Uncle Billy, hasn't the defense any evidence to offer in rebuttal, Judge Priest?
One character witness, Your Honor. Mr. Clerk, will you kindly call Reverend Ashby Brand?
Run.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in the case now pending in this court?
I do.
Reverend Brand, before you come to this town, what was your occupation?
In my early manhood, before I took holy orders, I had the honor to be a captain of artillery in the late war.
In the War of the Rebellion?
No, sir. The war for the Southern Confederacy.
Yes, sir.
You're right, sir.
That's right. He's right.
Oh, my error.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I yield to no man in love and everlasting devotion to that sacred lost cause for which my people fought and bled. But though I cherish all those dear and everlasting memories, which even the bare mention of that great conflict must awaken in every true Kentuckian's bosom, I fail to see any possible connection between this reverend gentleman's military record and the guilt of this man Gillis.
I think the court will commit no grave legal error by allowing a minister of the gospel to tell his story in his own way.
Meander along, Reverend Brand.
As many of you know, I am a Virginian. On the day my state seceded from the Union, I enlisted. I was a private in Penn's Virginia Battery. By the latter end of the 3rd year, I was in command of that battery. All the officers ranking me had been killed or disabled. We lost heavily at Chancellorsville. At Fredericksburg, we were almost wiped out. We kept our field pieces. We kept our pieces until the end. But we had not sufficient men to man those guns, nor anywhere to turn for more men. There were no more men left to come in. The Confederacy in '64 was robbing both the cradle and the grave for cannon fodder. Well, sir, I got temporary leave and went to Richmond to see our war governor. I said to him, "Sir, I've come to you to ask for men to serve my guns." He laughed and said, "Tell me where they're to be found." I said, "Among the chain gangs from the state penitentiary." He said, "You've come too late, young man. I've freed every convict that might conceivably be trusted with freedom. There are left only the lifers, and I dare not turn them loose. They're working under guard, building defenses for you to fight behind." He opposed me, but I argued with him. Finally, I won. He gave me authorization, signed it, and with his own hand, affixed the seal of the sovereign state of Virginia. I rode back to the line, sir, and I found my chain gang. I told them to drop their tools and line up before me. I told them, if you go with me, you go to face a hell of destruction and suffering and death. But I said, if you do go, you go as free men, as soldiers of the Confederacy. Your past will lie behind you, and your future, if you survive, is in your own hands. And I promise you this much: if you stand fast, if you do your duty, if bravely and honorably you acquit yourselves as men, then such of you as live through to the end, and some of you will live, are not to come back to this. It's for you to decide. Those who remain behind, stand fast. Those who come with me, advance one pace. Gentlemen of the jury, I tell you, they came at me like a wave from the sea, every one of them. And as time went on, they won for themselves the name of the battalion from hell. Those men, those felons, with the scars of their shekels still on their legs, they fought for the South like men, none better. And they died like men, most of them. I was one of those men of whom I wish to speak a special word of tribute. He stood out for his courage and his fidelity, for his worth as a soldier and a man. Most of all, for his invariable truthfulness under all circumstances. He was from the mountains of my own state, a man who spoke little, but did much. I saw him once go out under fire during a battle to rescue at his own risk a wounded Union officer who lay there helpless between the lines. Another time, our stars and bars was wrested from our hands. We fought breast to breast that day. This man of whom I'm speaking threw himself on a riderless horse and rode into the thick of it, and by the grace of God, came galloping back from the jaws of death, our colors clutched in his hand. And another day, when every man who served his gun, excepting him, was down, I saw him when the Union infantry charged, sitting astraddle his useless gun, and with a rammer for his only weapon, waiting for the enemy to come within reach. The countercharge from our infantry saved him. But he had stood fast, and he was alone. After the surrender, I kept his secret, and kept it to this very hour. Though I've seen him daily at his work, watching over his daughter, providing for her education through me, all unknown to LMA. Gentlemen, as a soldier, I knew that man as Roger Gillespie. You know him by the name he now wears, Robert Gillis.
Hooray for Jeff Davis, the Southern Confederacy and Bob
Get out of the way! Can't you see that poor, helpless child needs a mother?
That's fine. That's great, Jeff. That's great. Keep on going. Keep going. You can have that white man.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Janice. Yeah, that was fun. I liked that a lot, actually. Yeah, like I said, this was going to be originally a Sunday showing, but I chose to, just take a day off. Like I said, I want to take Sundays off and focus on what I need to be focusing on, recharging the spiritual battery. So we'll be doing it on Wednesdays instead. But yeah, I mean, not necessarily, not like the other religious films that we watched on a Sunday, but still it had, as you saw, that element in it. The title is a bit sketch. Like I alluded to that, even in the banner on the bottom, Are Priests Judgmental? The title to me comes off as a bit subliminal, a bit undermining when it comes to Christianity, but I'm not sure if that's just all these decades of conditioning, of anti-Christian conditioning, culminating to my conclusion, or if that's accurate. If, in other words, in context, that's also true. I honestly can't say, but certainly in retrospect, it does come off as a subliminal message, anti-Christian message. I don't know, but I got to say, for the most part, I thought this was, and I mean for the most part, this was, let's call it pro-Christian. I wasn't necessarily, we didn't see any crosses or anything like that. So you can argue not necessarily Christian. It may have been a Judaic God, so to speak, even though we're talking about the same God in essence. But the Jews would not really acknowledge the divinity of Christ so much. I mean, we saw Cecil B. DeMille's King of Kings, and that was pro-Christian. But again, that one could go either way. Let me put it to you like this. How can I put it? How can I illustrate this and say what I properly want to say here? It's kind of, I think a good expression, a good analogy would be a fly in the ointment. And to me, just going back to that film for a minute, the original King of Kings, not the one in the mid-20th century, the 50s, I think it was, but the one we watched, it was the early 20th century, the 20s, I believe. So that one, yeah, I mean, basically you have these question marks. Like when we watched it, I made commentary. I was talking about different kinds of things. What really stood out to me was the representation of Christ himself. Often in that movie, he was represented as glowing during his ministry. So that, to me, theologically speaking, it comes off as a bit of a monophysite. Or even, I wonder if Four Mormons would call that a Mormon representation. Like, or even, even crossing over to the Masonic, where you can argue that would be an literal alien representation, some kind of UFO glowing thing. But again, regardless of what their intent was, it definitely begs the question, why was he glowing during his ministry? That is, I mean, for those that are sola scriptura, that's not even biblical. You can argue the transfiguration, but the transfiguration, Christ revealed himself to three people. In present were, let's say, three that were both body and spirit. That was Moses, who had the law, let's say the foundation of the church, let's argue that. And then Elijah, the warrior who was, let's argue, the original monastic, so to speak. So, yeah, and then we had the brothers Zebedee, who, were zealots, and Peter, who the church was built on. So that was the only time you can say that Christ was revealing himself, glowing, if you will. The rest of the time, no. He was fully human, fully God, but he only made himself, made himself his glory visible to those three. So yeah, I mean, anyways, enough of that. I don't want to get off on too many tangents here, but the point is that even in that film, which was, if you're not paying attention, sure, Christian, but it had all kinds of things going on that were anti-Christian. Therefore, it's argued to say there was a full Christian movie. With this, though, I mean, it's minus maybe the one complaint I had. It was pro-Christian, even pulling the Reverend up to the stand as a viable witness who instead of preaching Jesus, went on a long political rant and skewed the results of the court case. Now, an argument can be made there, like, okay, well, now the Reverend is, basically, he's propagating or proliferating an injustice by introducing propaganda in a court case and influencing the jury to vote a certain way. I mean, to me, that was anti-justice. And I'm not trying to ruin the movie here. I love the movie, but you know me by now. I've got to keep it real, keep it 100, as they say these days, which I hate that expression. But anyway, so yeah, I've got to say that. Let me use the example now of this court case with my father. He was driving this car, this old 70s Mercedes that he'd actually shipped over himself from Germany. He bought it at a cheap price. He could afford to ship it and still save money all around, in spite of the extra expenses. But yeah, nothing. A long story short, my point is that thing was a tank. It was quite a specimen of a vehicle. I love that thing, and the handling on it. If you looked at it, you would never know. But you driving it, it was just amazing. Yeah, German engineering is just it's efficient, yes, but it's exceptional. They take pride in their work, to say the least. So, yeah, I mean, I love that car. Anyways, the thing was a tank. If you saw it, you know what I'm talking about. Now we had fiberglass ever since the 80s. Fiberglass was slowly but surely taking over. That was metal, and not only metal, but thick metal. But again, handled great. So, but my point is this. He was driving home one night and taking a left turn. Now, in the United States, when you take a left turn, it also depends on the state. In the United States, traffic laws vary slightly from state to state. So the state is responsible for the traffic laws in its state. So, but in this state, he was, you're able to or allowed to take a left turn as long as the traffic is clear on yellow. You see, you have red, the traffic light, red, yellow, and green. And he was waiting to take the left turn. Traffic was still coming. The light turned yellow. He looked. Traffic was stopping. And so for him, that's a clear signal, so to speak, to, yeah, I completely agree. That movie was great. Yeah, I don't know if you watched Oslov, The Island, but if you haven't checked that, it's a Russian film. I know. But it was really good, too. So check that out, too, if you didn't watch that with us. It's really good. And if you have, not remember, please forgive me. My memory's just mush these days. But yeah, so he's taking a left turn. The traffic is stopping. Clear signal for him that the traffic is clear for him to execute that left turn before the light turns red. So he started doing that, and a young man from behind the stopping traffic, not paying attention in a rush to get home to his girlfriend, whatever the case may be, decided to speed through the traffic, bob and weave, and basically went right through the traffic and struck my father from the opposite direction on the other side. This is 4-lane traffic. Struck my father turning left and spun his vehicle. And again, the thing is a tank, heavy metal. If you saw it, you'd understand what I'm talking about. But his pickups at that speed, going through that traffic, stopping traffic now, hit my father in that car so hard that the car did several spins and ended up on the opposite end of the 4-lane in a ditch. Was it upside down? I can't remember. But this metal vehicle was all twisted up. If you saw it, you would understand. It was like a swirl. Just completely up to the left and upward. And his vehicle, went down, I don't know, it was like a half a mile. He was speeding so fast. Now, my father survived that accident, but of course he had physical damage, but survived it. But long story short, all you have to do is look at the evidence, the laws, the evidence of the screeching tires and how things ended up. The physical evidence alone was an open and shut case of what transpired. But the opposing lawyer used antics, just like you saw in this movie, where he, the entire time, portrayed my father as this rich immigrant that does nothing but get massages. In other words, just calling therapy massages, going to get massages as rich immigrant. You hear that over and over and over again to this jury, which is, again, this was in the South as well, this jury in the South, hearing this, this rich immigrant rhetoric over and over and over again, this abuser of a lifestyle, this exploiter and these kinds of things, and none of the evidence was discussed. Nothing, not even, his rush to get home to his girlfriend or the physical evidence, nothing. And, yeah, so naturally you could imagine that my father, yes, lost the case. And this is an example where a jury trial is not necessarily a just trial. A best option we got, because the last thing you want to do is give a judge absolute power, and that's why all these corporations go to mediation, so they can control the judgment. Anyway, but yeah, when you have a court case that transpired just like we saw in the movie, it can be manipulated. Now, that's when you would object. I mean, the prosecuting lawyer in this movie I'm talking about now, and for my father's case, should have objected. Clearly, this guy was sold out. Clearly, this guy is sold out. He did not object once. And when I wanted to speak to him about the trial and all that, he said, sure. He put me on. He talked about hiring me even for a paralegal and all that. So I don't know if he was mocking me or what he was doing. But I never spoke up. And so clearly he was paid to keep his mouth shut while this circus went on. And, my father not only ended up getting injured, but he had to pay the guy who injured him for his vehicle. I mean, it was covered by insurance, fine, but still, insurance rates go up and all that. And it's really, kind of beside the point. The point is the injustice based on rhetoric and prejudices. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm being a pisser again after this wonderful movie. I'm kind of killing it again. My apologies. But I guess can't help myself. But it's just that I got triggered. I guess I got a lot of triggers. I've got damaged goods. I got a lot of stories, and watching this movie triggered that memory. And so, yeah, the reason I brought that up is the person that was doing that was actually the Reverend. He was the one that was doing all the political rants and all that. So you can see it as, maybe if you're in the South, you're saying, yeah, you're cheering this on. And I was kind of cheering it on because I love that song. But it's kind of not questionable. When you put that into that kind of perspective, now you got to wonder, judge, priest, what's really going on here? Was there another fly in the ointment here? Yeah, so I don't know, but that would be my critique. Otherwise, like we said, I love the movie. Some of the framing, was really good. Some of the framing, not so much. I got to say that, I'm a white person, so black people, please forgive me for saying this. I must kiss your feet now and do a public apology. Or rather, here, where is it?
Oh, kiss my grits.
Anyway, but yeah, I got to say that Fetch, I can't get his name now. Stepin Fetchit. Yeah, he I enjoyed his performance. I really enjoyed the woman who played the maid, the cook. She was really good, a beautiful voice too. But you love, or at least I do. I love that character, and it really does kill me. I think it's a crime against humanity that Aunt Jemima removed that logo, that generations old logo, because some hypocrites, some racist hypocrites, call that racist when everyone else heralds. It's kind of like the Washington Redskins when they removed that logo. And again, my comic book addressed that before it became a phenomenon. I saw that coming. I was made aware of that political movement of Native Americans. I guess for some people that's a doy, because the history buffs were much more tuned with that than I was. But yeah, as an adult, I learned about it on the inside, getting to know some political activists, and I saw where that was going. And then sure enough, yeah, I mean, it's just, look, I don't like encroachment, but that's one thing. It's another what's going on now. So, again, going off. Yeah, I mean, exactly. She was a happy woman, just like the character. And your mama represented that. The brand, the logo that they removed, and at least in the United States. I've heard in Europe that they did remove that, thankfully. But in the United States, they removed that character. I mean, how racist? That's in effect hypocritically ethnic cleansing. I mean, those hypocrites are the ones the racist ones that would dare remove that kind of character from your brand. How backward is that? It's just like, just like the rest of the stuff that we're forced into these days. These didactic, backward, I don't know, atrocities like crimes against humanity. Really, it's absolute wondrous propaganda. So, yeah. What else? Oh yeah, I've got some videos to share. I kind of don't want to share them because, like I said, I can't help myself. I keep ruining good things. I really want to enjoy the movie, kind of like we did with Ostrov, even though I said some things at the end of that one too. But the problem is if I don't show these videos that I have queued up, then it'll build up and I'll never get to it. And so we've got a lot to cover this month. I imagine. I'm sure week to week we're going to have all kinds of things to talk about. So let me just go ahead and do that. And if you don't want to have that good moment ruined, now's your time to bow out. Otherwise, if you want to stick around, feel free to come up on panel. This link is in the description. So come on up and share your own thoughts. Let me do 1,000 clicks here. Again, apologize. Let me play this annoying video while I'm doing this. All right, finally got it timed. The actors wouldn't call it. Let's see. They got paid. Yeah, a good point. And that was pretty much what I was touching on at the very beginning of the movie. Stepin Fetchit definitely got compensated for his character's portrayal, which isn't exactly inaccurate. I don't know if you caught it. It's really hard to understand what he was saying at the beginning of the movie in the trial. But he was being accused of stealing a chicken. And so he had an alibi for that. And of course, the judge, he worked for the judge, so that didn't hurt. So he was let off on that. But later in the movie, we see again, this is a Jewish production in all fairness, even though there was the one Greek. So please don't blame the Europeans, except for the one Greek, for these portrayals. But in the middle of the movie, again, very much Hollywood fashion, the same black character is seen in the kitchen stealing food from the kitchen. So that kind of suggests that it might have, in fact, been him that stole the chicken. Maybe not, but still being portrayed as a thief nonetheless. All right, so this one, what do we have here? Honestly, this was days ago that I pulled this up. Let's just watch it and see what happens. I can't remember, sorry. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me. I think I need to change this to English. Let's see, how do I do this? Subtitles. No? Okay. Maybe it's just the first part. It might be just the first part. Let me play it again. We'll go from there. Hold on. No, I think this is all in Arabic. Add. Subtitles off. Subtitles on. Hindi. No, I don't want it. I don't know. Let's see. All right, let me see. Maybe it's part of it is in English.
छोपा रजाकारों को रोडों पर घुमाने लगी है। खातून ने रमजान छीपा को मैकडॉनल्ड की फरमाइश कर दी है। और इसके साथ साथ आपको बताएं
Okay, somehow I was able to see the English subtitles before by changing the settings. I can't get it for some reason. See, it's only showing me Hindi auto generated. Oh, it's just so annoying. I apologize. Yeah, we don't want this. And I was able to see it in English. Anyways, you get the idea. So
Agenisha and Ryuko straight.
So those that are not familiar, this is a woman who she was in McDonald's, and women are not allowed in McDonald's in a lot of public places. But she's obviously not from wherever, Hitachi, Islamabad, or wherever this is. So Karachi, there it is on top. She's not from Karachi, obviously. From the way she's behaving, she's probably from the South. We just saw that kind of character, the Masha routine. So that's what she's doing. She's playing going into McDonald's and playing it up, and she's social media herself and the whole situation of her basically challenging their cultural norms. And I got to see what the libtards are saying about that. One is showing solidarity with the vermin, with the pagan cult called Islam. On the other hand, I mean, here where you can't even go to McDonald's as a woman. What are they saying about that? And what are they saying about her behavior? 1 minute pedophilia is cultural for Islam, so it's okay. And what about her? What about the culture of a woman not going to McDonald's? All of a sudden now we can't. We got to ignore culture, right? So this is what you're seeing here. You're basically seeing this typical, I'm a black queen. Y'all can kiss my butt. I'm gonna do whatever I want. And I've got to wonder whether or not they behead her and violate her just like they would so many other women. Hedge your bets, anyone? I don't know what the update is on her, but let's pray that she's ushered out of their stat before the Muslims do her in. Yeah, so that's enough of that. Let's do the next one. Oh yeah, this guy. So let me share. Okay. So this is Blanche. He is Blanchard is his channel. Let me let me share his stuff in chat. To be honest, I mean, I love Blanchard. I do. I really do. Shady background. He's public about that. He comes off like he's repented from that. I do hope. I've learned a lot from these guys, but I feel like he takes it a bit too far. Chuck, he's a bit extreme when it comes to certain things. For those that got a glimpse of the Four Moments episode, that kind of stuff, the Christian bashing. So, and then he's kind of wishy-washy when it comes to the Jews. I've got him, in an earlier video where he's, saying the same things I'm saying about the Jews and the Marxism and all that, but now he's lately sounding more like a Zionist. So I don't know, maybe he's changed his mind. I really don't know. At any rate, but Shadow Jackson, spot on. Keisha King, I don't know too much about her. She's more of color commentary. She kind of directs the show. They have like this Sunday evening show that they do. Culture and the something other CCTCR. I forget what it's called, but if you look up Chad O. Jackson, you'll see that channel on Sundays. It's not a great thing to watch on Sundays because they focus on racism, which is annoying. But they're also, all of them are religious, so they'll regularly talk about religion and how it relates to Christianity, which I appreciate. At any rate, so yeah, Blanche. I love you, Blanche, but I'm sorry. He knows I feel like this way. I think it takes it too far sometimes. And I don't care if I'm not black. I don't have to be black to have an opinion and feel a certain way about people. And so I think that his rhetoric when it comes to blacks, well, I mean, I got to agree to some degree that, yeah, he does take it a bit too far sometimes. But then again, I I'm not black, so I don't know as much as they're the ones that pointed out to me that again, like I mentioned earlier, while watching the movie, my understanding, perception of what they call the black church, which I also take offense to, but at any rate, my opinion or understanding of the black church comes from Hollywood. And that was yet another alarming wake-up call and a realization for me. I always hate when I come to that realization, and it happens quite often. But I would argue at least I realize it. Try to do something about it. Then there's that. But anyway, yeah. So their complaints are that at least in the mid-20th century, if not earlier, what they call the black church has been infiltrated a lot by communism. MLK Jr. is one of those examples of that, exemplifies that. And so I hate it because they're robbing people of their, I know where it is. They're robbing people of their idols, their heroes. And when you take away MLK and the black church and all that, then what do you have left? So I'm not okay with this. And I think they need to frame things a little differently. I think they need to not to call it the black church, maybe add more details so they can be specific or something to that effect. And MLK, okay, so he's evil. I don't know. I'm going to find out more about it. Chatter Jackson's got a couple documentaries I still haven't watched yet, frankly, because I'm burnt out on the topic. I only cover it because I feel obligated. And again, my mission is to combat mass media messaging. So that's what I'm doing here. It's Black History Month, and we're bombarded again. At the end of the month, we're going to get Captain Anti-America. So, and that's going to be my finale for my wrap-up, is addressing that movie in a month from today, give or take. So, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason I'm doing it. Otherwise, I wash my hands of the garbage. So yeah, with any ado, let's just watch what he's listen to what he's saying.
I just read what the United States government put in. So you all voted for Biden and Harris. So you got to trust them a little bit. You all trusted Fauci. You all trust the CDC. You all trust the FDA. So you all trust the government. You all trust the Democrats, and you trust Biden and them. So clearly, this information I'm giving you was given while they were in office. So this ain't Trump's information. This is Biden Harris's information. And black women are not the most educated group in the country. I'm sorry.
Yeah, statistically speaking, like I said, they're on the bottom of the barrel. On the top of the barrel, might not surprise some people, are the Orientals. I refuse to call them Asian because Russians are Asian, Arabs are Asian, Israelis are now Asian again. Indians are Asian. I wouldn't call them Oriental. And so, even though, the Oriental Church, that's a whole other discussion. But, yeah, I mean, the Silk Road, the Ukistanis, whatever you want to call them, I mean, all these people are all in the continent of Asia. So, yeah, I'm not going to use the label Asian, and I'm not going to ask forgiveness for that. I mean, we're still talking about the same people. So, to use the label Asian while pretending everyone else does not exist is an ethnic cleansing, a subliminal one that I'm not going to oblige by. By the way, you might have seen one of the slides where I used the label murder, death, kill, which it comes from the movie with Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes and Sandra Bullock. Yeah, that totally makes fun of this utopian/dystopian reality, where now on online and virtual reality and the socialist media, everyone and their mother, including his quote-unquote Christian apologists, are coercing you to be communist, to censor themselves and censor yourselves and each other by using terms like unalive, which I did for a minute, but I did it as a form of, let's say, doublespeak. Calling out the United Nations unalive, and that's why I was using it, but I stopped quickly using it. I used it a few times and I was done with it because I saw where it was going. Yeah, so I'm going to try to use murder, death, kill for me to totally make fun of the WW censorship. And again, we need to band together and do class action suits to hold these common Nazi pagans accountable. All right, let's continue. Enough of my ranting and tangents.
And to me, you shouldn't be bragging about it, because Black children are the most uneducated group in the country. So imagine a group of women running around bragging about being the most educated, but your children can't read or write or do math on grade level. I'm gonna say it again. Imagine a group of women running around bragging about being the most educated, but their children cannot read, write, or do math on grade level.
Let me speak on, and again, this is skewed results by the commies, the most educated. So as a non-traditional, quote unquote, non-traditional college student, about a decade ago, I was applying for scholarships. Nice. I don't know whether or not to feel good or bad about that, Janice. Again, my apologies for my rants that are about to transpire. So yeah, traditional student about a decade ago, applying for scholarships, and as a white Christian man, I qualified for less than 10% of scholarships available. Why? Because the scholarships went to you if you were Black, or went to you if you were a single mother. So, most educated, sure. How many of them show up in, let's say, community colleges just to collect a paycheck? And I was around a lot of that, as ugly as I was. The kind that would come to my counter and say, what goes on a pepperoni pizza? That was the kind of people that we had in our classes in community college, which I also took, technical college. So, educated in which way? Some classes, in even a 4-year college, you just show up for class, and they'll give you a passing grade. It's like no child left behind syndrome. Educated in which way? Oh, and by the way, these universities are teaching nothing about a commie propaganda. So, yeah, educated, but to be a fascist. That's also alarming.
I wouldn't even bring it up. I'd be ashamed to bring it up. It's just not true. But again, I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all how gullible Black people are. Let me just show you real quick. Watch this.
Child support stuff. I made it up. I made it up 6 days ago. It's going viral. My video alone has 12 million on TikTok and 1 million on Instagram. But I was just making it up in my car because I said, have y'all heard Trump just passed? I said, I'm paraphrasing, but I said, Trump just tweeted that if you pay child support, the baby daddy get income tax. What? And I said that, and all of a sudden, it went wildfire. I'm saying duplicates of the video. People use my sound. Some people just creating their own narrative of it, but it's fake. He didn't pass nothing. It's a good conversation that everybody having, but it's fake. So I just want y'all to know I'm the original person that did that. I was playing around. Thank y'all for the conversation, the dialogue. You can go check it out, like I said, on my TikTok or on my Instagram. I pinned it, so it's like the top video, and people just tick off. So don't believe it. It's fake.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. Is AI replacing God? Should have done that video 2 years plus ago. But things are exponentially, quote unquote, progressing faster than I can keep up with. It's pretty much a moot point now, or maybe not. It's even reactionary. It's not. It's going to be forewarning, but maybe as a reactionary, maybe I should still do it. Add it to the list of things that I want to do. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's just and again, look at the platforms: TikTok, China, Instagram, fascist book. They're empowering this guy to mislead the masses. It caught like wildfire, and now you got countless people, millions, running around believing a lie and propagating it, and probably setting dumpsters on fire because of it. It's beyond words. Let me jump to this one.
That he is going to take the police officer's gun and ruin his whole life because his friend is getting beat up by the police.
Yeah. So this is intense. This is exactly. I mean, this is what I mean by the question and the challenge that I keep bringing up over and over and over again. We saw even in this production that we watched, which was beautiful, had a couple of very subliminal questions. It was early film, so it's not as overt as the things are today. Today it's just obnoxiously offensive these days. So it's, one from one end of the spectrum to the extreme other. But again, you got to question who made it, why they made it, and the fly in the ointment. I loved it, I enjoyed it, but I still have those questions, and they're fair questions. And yeah, and so if you looked at it, if you look at what I talked about again, Fox getting bought out by Disney, which is being completely manipulated by China and Sony, which is Japanese, arguably also part of BRICS, but not officially. Arguably, all right, that's a bit of a slippery slope. But let's not grant me that and take that out. Surely Sony is in bed with China. They're integrated, so still a bit of a slippery slope, but a fair argument nonetheless. Weak argument, but fair argument. So these people are taking over. I should have, shared. Maybe I'll do that. I will do it in the next stream. The slides that I had to teach today about Jackie Robinson, absolute propaganda to Chinese students, and I've got to drill it to them. The modules are you just drill the same thing over and over and over again, not only within the same lesson, but lesson after lesson. Drill, 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 drill. Little drill and kill. Just absolute crazy propaganda. Absolute fascist, hypocritical propaganda. I'm going to share it with you guys next time. I promise. I'll make a separate presentation for that kind of thing. I mean, I keep putting things off because I want to present it a certain way, and the stuff piles up, and then because it piles up, I never get to it. I need to stop doing that. But I'll share this one next one. But yeah, it's just BRICS is taking over. Russia, India, China, South America, Brazil. Those are the original 5. But even starting with Russia, which started BRICS, but I suspect China is taking over. And all these now petrol countries joining. What's going on here? We've got like forgive me, I know it's going to offend some people, but we've got a Hebrew West versus a pagan East. In pagan East, that's exaggerated. Brazil is obviously not in the East. Russia is arguably not pagan. But in essence, we're talking about this anti-Christian, regardless of geography and technically what their official state religion might be. In essence, we're talking about this anti-Christian entity that's ganging up, that's taken over all these aspects of geopolitical and economic life, especially economically. And that's how they did it, without guns. Again, look into Friedman's The World is Flat. I should look that up. Forgive me, give me a moment. Should I play? Let me play the annoying video for the 3rd time. Please forgive me while I look this up. Yeah, I've got the Amazon link. I'm put that in the chat for you guys. For Friedman's The World is Flat. I encourage you to look it up. You can find a free PDF online too. So, not private chat. Where's it at? Come on, chat. Chat. How did I lose the chat? There it is. All right, I'm put that in Rumble as well. Got to do that separately. Come on. Something's wrong. Hope I'm not freezing. Hello. Come on. My computer's acting weird, so can you guys still hear me? Okay. I think I'm still on. Yeah, I need new equipment. That would be nice. Anyone rich want to throw some money my way for a new computer? That would be awesome. I'm sorry for being a jerk. All right. I'm trying to put it up on Rumble, this link, but it won't let me for some reason. I can't even access Rumble all of a sudden. Okay, there it goes. Apologies. Okay, I just want to make sure because I'll forget if I don't do it now. Come on. Okay, there it is. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, let's go back to this guy.
We cowards. We got all the energy for each other. I want to spin the block. I want to do this. I want to do that. But when it comes to the white man, you tuck your tail. When it comes, let me get this off.
What is that guy saying on the bottom? Mr. White Boy? Is this? Did he just go Allah, Allah, Allah? Where's his teeth at? Is he a meth addict? Ay vey. I mean, are they getting the most stereotypical people and making them popular via algorithms intentionally, just to incite people, just to piss your decent standard Christian person? And I'm not. Yeah, I'm white. I'm not the only one that's pissed off. Blanche is pissed off too. A lot of black. Bill Cosby pissed off. I know this is a bad example. Bill Cosby himself was a bit of a communist. He's a Hollywood guy, probably a Freemason, but at least he told people to get their act together, to have some integrity.
Right? When it comes to the white man, we put our gun down. When it comes to police, we put our gun down.
Okay, so this is Dick Talk, I take it, that's empowering this guy to call for public fascism, to basically saying shoot the cops and shoot white people. Why is TikTok along this? China? Why is China along this? And people got upset because there was discussion about banning TikTok in America. Of course they should ban it. They should ban YouTube while they're at it. And Twitter and all the socialist media that propagates this fascism, this violence, this wondrous evil.
I kill a cop.
So again, you have to analyze, and I tell you this all the time. If you see a black person talking to you about things that are racist, oppressive, i.e. police, i.e. Trump, i.e. system, i.e. criminal justice system, i.e. colonialism, if you see a black person talking to you about any of those things, they are lying to you. There is a reason they are telling this to you. It's a reason.
I wish you would at least use the word some black people. I know this is retarded for me to be defending black people against the black person who agrees with pretty much everything I'm saying. But it does bother me a bit when, anyway, all right, I'll just shut up.
If your child had failed a test, would you remind them every day they failed the test? If your child fell on the ground, would you remind your child every day they fell on the ground? If your child has something traumatic happen to them, would you remind them every day of that traumatic thing? The answer is no, because you know that doing that to a child would damage the child. So,
yeah, that would be torture. That's exactly what they're doing to us, and it's by design. It is to get us again, like the Willie Lynch letter, real or not, describes. It's basically, to pit us against each other for any stupid reason that's fabricated. And meanwhile, the evil ones are getting away with continuing the lockdown, continuing forced vaccine, their abortion, their green agenda, everything that they do and get away with. They're getting away with because they're keeping us at each other. All of us, worldwide.
So then why are all these people reminding black people of how bad it was every single day?
All right, let's watch the next part and we'll move on. Okay.
And you only think they aren't because they're black. What's funny to me is, out of everything that MLK said that was a lie, the one thing he said was true. That a person should be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
Okay, and that's perfect. And that's Janice, is exactly what I get on them about. Every once in a while, I'll throw in my example of, well, you know what, this is more not black, white, green, or otherwise, but human nature. But pretty much every time, if not every time, they will correct me and then point out the error of my logic. Like, for one example, would be the whole crime thing. They were talking about inner city crime in one of the streams. I think it was just Blanchard's show. Yeah, it was just Blanchard's show. Anyways, and so, yeah, Chuck basically once in a blue moon will do a stream. He doesn't really do streams. Keisha King's channel, maybe it's too much information, and I've been public about it. I was kind of crushing on her. And so now that ever since she got engaged, I was like, okay, sorry, I can't visit your channel because I don't want to be tempting or be tempted. So I don't go there. But and then that leaves Blanche, which I do love to death, but I do believe that sometimes it takes too far, and that frustrates me. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, that being said, yeah, I brought up basically he was talking about inner city crime. And I mentioned the fact, well, you know what? This is not, just a black inner city issue. For example, I pointed out how in South Boston, there were the Irish that were killing non-Irish, Italians and whatnot, just for not being Irish. And they were, literally killing, bombing, stabbing right in the middle of the street, in the middle of daylight. So this is inner city stuff, but being executed by white people, and Irish gets about it. Outside of Scandinavians, that's about as white as you can get. And so I brought up that example, and he's like, well, look, that's fine, and I understand you're trying to point out there's human nature is human nature, but let's look at it statistically. Sure, that does happen all across the board, but black people are the biggest perpetrators, at least in the United States, of these crimes. Statistically speaking, they're the ones that go to prison and so on and so forth. And having been raised in the South, again, when I brought up the black friend, I'm not saying I had a black friend. I had plenty of black friends. But that one was my best friend. We shared everything together. So literally my best friend. We did everything together, shared everything, and so on. And so having lived that, I could say, yeah, I do have some insight on what quote-unquote black people are actually like. Give or take, because I was part of their community. And yeah, I can't. So it's basically like this. Only I can say bad things about black people. Nobody else can, not even other black people. You know what I mean? It's kind of like your family. Nobody but you can say bad things about your family. So it's like that. When I hear them complain about black people, it rubs me the wrong way. And I do, even that being said, this is a disclaimer. I still do believe that he does take it a bit far sometimes, but maybe I'm out of line by saying that. I don't know. I've learned recently, and I don't want to bring up the topic because I don't want to get into that topic, but just recently I've been defending a group of people for decades. And just recently I've had to come to terms with that and be honest with myself and stop doing that because I've had enough of the abuse. So, yeah, maybe they're right. Maybe, I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I can't say. It's just, but when it comes to statistics and crime, it's hard to say that the statistics are a lie. That would be a stretch of the truth, to say the least.
Ironically, all black folks do is judge people by the color of their skin. That's all they do. Matter of fact, when a white person says, I don't see color, which means I'm not going to judge you by your color.
Okay, so two things there. I got to unravel them. So I'm stopping this all the time, but he's saying some important things here. So I don't see color. I hate that. I always hated that. And I completely disagree with that. To me, that's in the front. Let me give you another story. I've talked about this before, and I myself suffer from this. But let me use this other person as an example. In my childhood, again, lived in a black neighborhood, had a black friend. We were hanging out one day, and he said, he goes, I wish I were white. And that was when I was first in the South. And I never heard that before. And so to me, it was like a shock to my system. What are you talking about? You wish you were white. What's wrong with you? Because I liked the way black people look. Back then we had afros. I thought afros were the coolest thing ever. Now I know as an adult, even back then, and it bugs me now knowing that afros were actually a political statement, which is disgusting, but because they do look cool. But anyway, whatever. But yeah, so when he said that, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? And so he tried to explain it to me. He could see, and it was a painful subject for him, but he can see I didn't know what he was talking about. So he was trying to explain it to me, and I couldn't get it. And then he showed me, how he greases up his hair, and I was like, okay, I've never saw that before, but all right, whatever. None of this stuff really meant anything to me. But here's the thing, and I'll never forget it. And to this day, it still pains me when I think about him saying that. Basically, he's saying, I wish I could off myself. Right? I mean, basically, he's saying, I wish I didn't exist. Man, my heart bleeds for people like that. And, I myself, having, raised in America and hearing nothing about pagan Greece like we still do today, even in these circles, these Christian apology circles, it's nothing but pagan Greece. Shame on them. And not completely. I mean, they'll once in a blue moon give the church fathers an honorable mention. But, even then, anyways, I'll just leave that, put that to the side. But, yeah, growing up, it was nothing but Zeus and Hades and, I mean, yeah. And so I wanted to separate myself from that. And I wanted to deviate from my Greek identity, even though that was not my Greek identity. And that's a shame. It's a shame that I was made to feel that way by a sketch culture, a Renaissance culture. Do I need to say more about that? But by people that, treated me like a foreigner, treated me like an outsider, not a child of God.
When white folks say that, black folks get upset. Black folks say, no, you better see my color. You better treat me special.
I agree. I don't know about special. Okay, that part I don't agree with. Yeah. And now he's getting into I'm black, I'm a black king, I'm a black queen, King Lord, King LeBron, King, Queen Latifah, right? Or that movie recently about the women slave traders that somehow became heroes, and basically the remanifestation, historical rewriting, the kings, the woman dominating Amazonian, black African Amazonians. What was that movie? Kings something or other. They were called kings. And right before that, the Thor movie, where they made Valkyrie, a female character, one of my favorites. Of course, supposed to be Scandinavian. They made her mulatto and a dyke nonetheless. God. And they called her in the credits King of Asgard, King of Valkyrie, not Queen Valkyrie, because she's taken over Asgard now, of course. The dyke, the color dyke. Right? Oh, excuse me. I meant to say of color, the of color dyke. These pagans, man, they're really good at inciting the passions, at getting us angry at each other, just pushing us to the edge where we lose our rationale, our logic, common sense, and of course, patience. They're really, really crafty, really, really good at it. The best thing to do, and I hate saying it because I need your support, but I will celebrate. And by the way, I misgive the gospel. She's gone. God bless her. I hope she's out there happy. And just the same with you, Janice. When you disappeared for a while, I was celebrating every minute of it. I want you here. I love your presence. Don't get me wrong. But the fact that you were unplugged and not suffering from this crap made me happy. Because here's the thing. Statistically speaking, scientifically speaking, this is research. Most of the people, I don't remember the number. I don't remember this research article. So I can't cite that even, but it's scientifically researched that even if you know that you're being conditioned, you're still going to succumb to the conditioning. It's at least 3 out of 4 people. It's about 75%. It might be less. It might be 2/3. But just still, that's still a good chunk. Long story short, most of the people, even though they're aware they're being brainwashed, will still be brainwashed. So the best thing to do is to stay away. Yeah. Best thing to do is stay away.
Let's continue.
Okay. Was that it? Oh,
Let's
yeah.
continue.
Yeah. Let's watch this one more time. Just in case you missed it. Let's go. Come on, Blanche. Or was that it? Okay. Maybe that was it. My apologies. All right. Let's go to the next thing. Oy vey. If you have children, put them in the other room. This image is semi-graphic. Pretty graphic, actually. This is one that's in my video. I believe I shared the link for that. I'll share it again in the description. The documentary, 1.5 hours long. It's like really double documentary. It's overlapping information, so the information is overwhelming. Here, let me do that now. As a matter of fact, I'm put it in the chat. I encourage you to watch it. It's real informative when it comes to Islam, and includes a lot of my personal experience, or some of my personal experiences, I should say. Volunteering, what I call the front lines, when they were herding through Greece from years ago. All right, check this out. Sound familiar? Ain't even a legal citizen. Okay, now this is a black woman. Well, I'll let you. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, this whole native immigrant thing is getting blown out of proportion too. And again, as a Greek, see, this is the problem with America, the quote unquote melting pot. Americans, unfortunately, feel like they don't have a culture, that they don't have roots. And that's why you see so many Zionists when it comes to the Christian circles, because they're not, quote, unorthodox, a label added much later. They're not the traditional Christian church. And so I feel like they feel compelled to do this association with anti-Christian Judaism so they can have these roots. Some of them fabricate roots. I've heard recently Anabaptist, completely not confirmed by any other outside source like Christianity has. For example, Christianity, you have court documents when it comes to the crucifixion of Christ. So even atheists cannot say that there wasn't a Jesus character that was crucified. Historically, documented fact by the enemy, that was true. That happened. So even though Muslims want to otherwise, that's a whole other story. So yeah, anyway, I'm getting all over the place. Let's continue. Okay. So wait a minute. Oh, you guys can't even hear that. I forgot to share. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me play that again. Okay. Sorry.
Citizen. This where we at, right here. I'm by myself, a whole black woman by myself.
They report an angry black woman filmed herself harassing armed guards at a cellular store.
He ain't even a legal citizen. This where we at, right here. I'm by myself, a whole black woman by myself. And they ready to kill me. Yup.
Do they look like they're ready to kill her? I mean, this is actually like in life, watching these guys guard this place against this crazy woman. If you want to say they got a guard against her, I'd feel kind of defensive if she were around. But anyway, yeah, so they're guarding the place, and they're coming off as Stepin Fetchit there. Like, they're just kind of lollygagging, we're chilling out. And she's like, they're about ready to kill me. Like, what are you talking about, woman? This is the standard stuff that they do. But it gets better. Let's continue.
Yeah, let me get off from over here. My cousin is a homicide detective, Nataki Rose. Yeah, a homicide detective. I'm sitting.
Okay, yeah. And that's another thing. This is a phenomenon. I'm sorry. Let me get off on a quick tangent. Again, this is significant. This is one of the many things that I observed early on. Again, learning how to develop apps when they're first coming out from significant people. Let's put it like that. Award-winning program. I was of the best students in that program. A program we couldn't even get on. So forgive me for sounding like this, but I just want to put in perspective. I want to qualify myself in what I'm about to say. I observed in the mobile apps, among many things, that young ladies, again, I was an older traditional student, a grad student, and I was around these young girls that were just coming out of high school, so they're a bit, insecure, scared, understandably so. And so I would watch them grab their phones when they felt unsafe. And back then, we didn't even have mobile apps. We just had texting, right? So, I mean, they were just being implemented. So they're just grabbing their phones because that was their security blanket. They were going to text or, get on the phone. But, even in the case of mobile apps, let's say they had that, so some kind of emergency 911 mobile app and all that, and they're in danger. They're in immediate danger. What's that phone going to do for them? But this was this kind of, forgive me for using this word, it's a bit hard, but I just want to drive this point home. This delusional detachment from reality that had been instilled in them way back, we're talking about 2011, over a decade ago, when these mobile apps first coming out. This false sense of security. And look at the people now, like how many times do you see an incident going out and some kind of incident, and you see people pulling out their phones and to record it, to get the likes. I mean, the list goes on and on of the issues with this thing. But that's what I'm addressing here. So she feels unsafe, but at least she's got her cell phone, right? She's recording, so everything's okay. I'm kind of making fun of that.
My cousin, your homicide. Yup. This is what they doing on 73rd and Stony Island, right across the street from Farrakhan. This is what.
Yeah, so doxing. They love to dox. She already doxed her cousin. Hey, my cousin so-and-so from the department, and he's gonna kick your ass. But now she's like doxing their location while she's recording, so people come out and harass these people that are armed. What the hell's going on here, man? And across from, I would have to feel like I need to arm myself if I were across the street from the Farrakhan. Any kind of institution or affiliation.
What the minister is talking about. Don't trust these people that say they from Africa. They from Morocco. Fake Ramadan. Yeah. And they ready to.
Oh, the fake Muslims compared to the real Muslims. Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Kill black people over this cheap they get from China.
Oh, snap. Was that just a bigoted racist comment against the Chinese? Well, I guess it's okay. She's not white, so it's all right.
Yeah. They ready to kill somebody. And they got a black man out here with these guns ready to kill us and said don't break into their store, but they on our turf. And this is some.
By the way, those of you who are old enough to have lived in the United States and have been around the black culture, for those that were using the expression, and not a lot, I mean, basically thugs were using the expression, Shane. You know I'm Shane? And I would just tell them, no, I don't know what you're saying. Well, what are you saying? What are you saying? I mean, so I studied education in Greece with Western trained, and I know that offends people, but whatever. Literally trained in America. I know we've got the Frankfurt Institute discussions of German and all that. I don't know that much about that stuff. I just hear about it. But I've been in academia from coast to coast in America and again in Greece, so a bit abroad. But in the Greek institution, Western trained professors that were in charge of education in Greece with professional educators. I was in the linguistics education program, graduate program there, which I completed. I saw these women, these people in charge of Greek education, pushing all kinds of communist, modernist agendas, including saying that Ebonics is an accepted language. This is like an accredited linguistics program saying we need to teach Ebonics. How do you say that with a straight face? Never mind. Put your credentials on the line. Oh, Hanzo. So Hanzo could probably speak to what I'm saying here. You know, it's just when I saw that kind of stuff, I knew. Forgive me. I knew Greece was done, and they're not. They're not, because thankfully there is the traditionalism. There is that Christian culture that still exists. But when you go to the city, when you go to these quote unquote progressed pockets of civilization, it's scary. You get all the stuff that's going on. You get the BLM, the Rainbow Coalition, the F the police, on and on. The show solidarity with Islam in Greece. You got to be brain dead to make that statement. All right, let's continue a little bit more. I'm getting worked up. I might back off here.
Cheap ass China beauty supply, fake mother Boost Mobile, fake.
She speaks like I do. I can't complain about that. I'd be a hypocrite if I were complaining about her cursing. God forgive me.
And this is how they protecting they ready to kill me. And this motherfucker standing on the roof with a whole mother AK-47. And the other motherfuckers over there. And I know Illinois,
She knows her weapons. That's an AK-47. No comment.
Don't have a license to conceal and carry. You don't. You don't have a license to conceal and carry. This is not Detroit. This is not a right to bear arms. These people got the black men out here ready to kill more black people if we decide to loot their store. They ready to kill us.
Yeah, and that's the rhetoric that I hear all the time, even in those circles I just mentioned, by the way. Once in a blue moon, it's, I don't know, ingrained in them, because many of them, if not all of them, were all leftists, and then recently became conservative because they got fed up. They woke up, and so now they're, thank God, preaching Jesus and that kind of thing. But once in a blue moon, not all of them, but some of them, once in a blue moon, might slip out the whole sentiment of how black on black crime is not okay. In other words, if you're using Boolean logic, black on white crime is okay. And that's something they've been saying for decades now, before BLM and all that. Before even the Rise Up Obama stuff. They were instilling that in people's brains since the 90s at least. That don't do black on black crime. In other words, do black on white crime. That's okay.
But we gonna come back, and you gotta have that gun all day, because you don't even know who I am. Allah go burn this place, Allah. Burn them down, Allah. Burn them down during Ramadan. Look how they protected this material stuff, Allah.
Always during Ramadan, isn't it?
Burn them, burn them, burn them, Allah. Burn them, Allah.
Oh, wow.
I love that guy's reaction. I just had to show that. All right, let me show one more, and then we'll call it quits. But, yeah, I mean, as far as the Soros stuff and all that, yeah, exactly. And this, again, this is not standard. This is not, I don't want to misrepresent this at all. Most black people not only are not like this, they're absolutely embarrassed by this behavior, and they hate it, and they detest it. They publicly denounce it. But you don't see them all over the place. Instead, you see Louis Farrakhan and Malcolm X and Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, and on and on. Instead, they're empowered. They get the algorithms, going back from generations before there were algorithms. But yeah, as far as the source stuff and all that goes, I'm learning stuff about that now. I'm going down that rabbit hole. I'm not researching it. I just run into it, looking at other stuff. And so I see that according to some online sources, whatever that's worth, Soros does have Hebrew roots going back to the Rothschild banking family and all that. If that's true, that explains a lot of things. But yeah, the universities worldwide, it's bad. It's fascist. It's tragic. It's tragic. And for us in America, we actually are put in debt for the privilege of getting brainwashed and corrupted by these higher learning institutions. All right, let's hear this last one. This one's a bit long, and it's own for what that's worth. If you want to call them credible, cool. Let's check it out.
Is there a trans terror cell operating within the U.S.?
And I know we're talking about Black History Month and all that, but it all ties in my mind. It's all anti-Christian. Again, the Rainbow Coalition wasn't always necessarily about sodomy. Black Power movement aligned itself with the Rainbow Coalition. So, and now we see why, or at least maybe back then in the 60s, they already knew why, and we're just now relearning it. I honestly don't know.
And can a number of homicides be pinned on this alleged terror cell? Our first guest tonight says soberly, yes, to both questions.
Yeah, and I don't know if she has to say alleged because, you boob and all that. I got to say, when we got, again, just a few years ago, was it before the lockdown, during lockdown? I can't remember. It's all a blur now. When you got government officials and mass media literally calling for sodomites to pick up their arms at the same time while they're saying they're going to disarm everyone in the United States. They're telling the sodomites to pick up their arms and shoot Christians. And now you're seeing mass shootings in Christian schools and all that by sodomites. Again, this helicopter, allegedly, the jury's still out, by a tranny, flying into people, killing the masses in D.C. after Trump gets elected. Again, I'm not a Trump supporter, but he was made a straw man. He's supposed to somehow represent Christians, at least in their minds, because of mass media. And so, and then this is all part of my, I know this sounds like BS. 2017, I was warning about the January 6th insurrection too. Civil race war. I should pull that up so you guys can see it. I've shown it before. To me, this is all theater. They're all trying to get us to kill each other. Please don't bite. Please keep your noose. Stay centered on Christ. Yeah, amen. You can be educated, but be stupid. God forgive me for using that word, but yeah, exactly. Learn all the wrong things, and not only does that make you ignorant, it's quite the opposite. It makes you detrimental, and that's by design.
He reports, quote, an elderly Pennsylvania couple was murdered in a double homicide in January 2023. An 82-year-old California man was brutally stabbed to death on January 17, 2025. A U.S. Border Patrol officer was shot dead on January 20th, 2025 in Vermont. The cases are all allegedly linked, end quote. And he's surprised.
And what about the, Pelosi? The husband of Pelosi, whatever his name was, I can't forget. That guy. I mean, the rainbow flag and stuff, downplayed, and he's hitting Pelosi's husband's head. I mean, what's he doing in his bedroom? It was all sketch. It was all sketch. I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility for someone to sneak into the guy's house and end up in his bedroom. Fine. But it's just really weird. And hearing all these things about, I can't say I know these people, particularly the Pelosi's. But yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. I just want to wash my hands. I just want to take a bath.
There isn't more media attention on the story. Joining us now to discuss his chilling and frankly tragic findings is Andy No, an independent journalist and a senior editor for The Post Millennial. He's also the author of Unmasked, Inside Antifa's Radical Plan to Destroy Democracy. Andy, thanks for being here tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Right, so there's a lot here that you've uncovered, but first, to kind of get ourselves situated, can you walk us through the basic breakdown of who this main pair is?
There's a lot of things I want to say here. I'm just going to say the one thing, and I'll let you fill in the rest of the blanks. That's a pretty big mic he has.
Or I guess I should say was, since one of them is now deceased, and how it culminated into the tragic shooting of the Border Patrol agent that we all heard about on Trump's inauguration day.
So the story has now reached a point where it can no longer be ignored by the mainstream media. We are seeing reporting by AP, San Francisco Chronicle, and others about how the killing of the CBP officer was not isolated, allegedly, according to prosecutors. It's linked now to at least 5 other deaths. So the story is there was a trans duo on inauguration day who were allegedly involved in a deadly encounter with a Border Patrol officer in Vermont near the Canadian border. Initially, at first, the focus, at least in conservative media, was that the German national who died in the shootout may have been here on an expired H-1B visa. That's still a bit unclear, but what's emerged.
German national. I don't know anything about this story. I've watched this before and I forgot, to be honest with you. Forgot the details. But immediately when I hear German national, and my guilty pleasure, guilty confession here, and I don't gamble. I took an oath, not that I ever had an issue gambling, but I took an oath to not do it, and that's between me and God. That's, again, just disclosed too much. But just so you know, I don't do it. I have extreme fear of God to mess around with it. But a guilty pleasure is to watch Texas Hold'em tournaments, because for a minute I played it. Again, not gambling. It was free tournaments that I participated in. But I kicked butt. I'm not exaggerating. And simply because I was able to read others. I knew nothing about the game. I was just reading other people and kicking their butt. And it was terrifying the pros that were in part of our tournament because of it. I could literally name people's hands at some points. And again, without even knowing the game. So, but I earned a major respect for the game. Texas Hold'em specifically. It's such a brilliant game. You've got so many chess champions playing that game because it's so deep. It's so it's just a brilliant game. So yeah, I'll watch it once in a blue moon. And even in those circles, you see all kinds of phenomena I don't want to get into, but well, I'll just mention, you see the same stuff. You see the Hebrews, the Arabs, just the same groups always being featured, the Orientals always being featured. I'm talking about where you have multiple tables of, let's say, 8 people, give or take. And they'll have the one feature table where that's on camera. And on the table, they're always featuring this group of people. But yeah, I mean, you've got the whole sodomite thing. You've got they're always showing the muzzled Oriental. They're always framing one, finding one and framing them, in the picture to this day. I mean, all this kind of propaganda, you can't, no matter what you do, there's no escape from their propaganda, their conditioning, unless you unplug completely, which, yeah, we're all creatures of habit. I'm confessing it's even hard for me to do. Part of the reason I do what I do, it's a moral obligation. I don't want to undermine and discredit that at all. But a small part of that is also because I'm a creature of habit. Not that I enjoy this, but then when I'm not doing it, I get restless because that's what I'm used to doing. If I'm going to be completely honest.
Urge, as we've learned more about the female suspect, who's also transgender identifying, who was apprehended alive, is that both of them allegedly have links to a California-based transgender group. Some call it a cult.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just burnt out. So you got it. Rainbow Coalition, all that. There was another video I wanted to share. Basically, it was a university campus, speaking of which, being overrun by the leftists. They completely blocked off buildings. They put up walls. They're complaining about the wall, of course, while doing that, and different things. I mean, they basically were a detriment. And the police did nothing to stop them. So, yeah, it's just they let the massacres go on. Thank you for being here, Janice. God bless you. Thank you for hanging out with me. It was awesome. It was fun watching that movie with you, I got to say. And for all your feedback. And yeah, God bless you. Keep your news, Janice. Like I said, pray unceasingly. Keep your armor on. get in the habit, step by step. Read a book, Anthony Bloom, Beginning to Pray. He equips us well on how to condition or to strengthen ourselves, our habits, to get in the habit of praying unceasingly and all that kind of stuff. So please check that out. It's a short read, a powerful read, very useful. I hope to see you again. And yeah, God bless you. God bless you in everything that you do. So yeah, that's all I got for you guys. Basically, in a nutshell, this is what we're combating here, right? It's all insane. It's all by design. It's all designed to pit us against each other. Yeah, it's just like the church fathers. Nothing has changed. They were dealing with this stuff in their day because they were combating the Roman pagan empire, coupled with the pagan Arabs, the pre-Islamic Arabs, and the Islamic Arabs, all pagan. And so this is nothing new to them. Just like they were living amongst satanic people of the day back then, we too are now digressing to nothing but being surrounded by pagans. Some of my own family members. One of my family members, which I haven't spoken to for years, he's a person who, and again, this is some people are going to, I know when you hear this, your mind's going to go, oh, crazy, but those, the spiritual warfare is real. Again, the Lord's Prayer ends with, from the evil one. Deliver us from the evil one, not from evil, some theoretical construct, but from spiritual warfare, from the influences of the evil one, from Satan and his minions. Spiritual warfare is real. Okay? So do not take that lightly. Do not obsess about it. Do not give in to it. Rebuke it, denounce it, invoke the power of God, and it is defeated. But we got to keep it real. We got to keep it in perspective. So yeah, that's what they were going through. They were going through this demonic spiritual warfare back then, just like we are now. And so my relative, who I haven't spoken to in years, when we were younger, he was the one that was teaching me about certain things about Scripture and Old Testament. I haven't, to this day, I haven't read all of the Old Testament. The New Testament, yes, but the Old Testament, no. So he was pointing some things out to me about that. And, he was a spiritual person in sense. We had this trainer we called the Ninja Master. And this guy was freaky. I've talked about him before. I did one with 4 Mormons. I talked about that more detail and depth. I don't want to bore you with that stuff. But the guy was amazing. Again, let me touch on this. I wanted to talk about this last stream about, I mentioned Buddhism and how, yoga, the Hindu culture, that's glamorized. Buddhism is glamorized, the martial arts. Interesting how we show solidarity with Islam and Hinduism, which treats little girls like trash. But in Buddhism, which is supposed to be the religion of peace, yet it created martial arts. And when you see the, not Tibetan monks, but the Shaolin monks who are abusing little boys, and we're going, wow, look at that. Abusing little boys like much, hitting them on the head with things, stepping on their stomachs on the stairs. And we're going, wow. You get the news programs recording. Look at what they're doing. Isn't this awesome? Are you kidding me? So yeah, basically the Ninja Master. This guy, you look at him, he looked like he could blow and he will blow over. Tiny little guy, scrawny, skin and bones, as we said. And I had trained, at the time, I was training under a Olympic medalist in judo. And I was also a big guy on top of that. But before that, I already had other martial arts training as well. So I sparred with this guy one time just to kind of test out, and I felt very confident in my skills. I was really good at it, actually, if I could say. I mean, I wasn't like an Olympic medalist or anything, but I was pretty good at it. So anyway, I was sparring with a guy, and yeah, every time I got leverage on him and basically tricked him into the position I wanted, so to speak, as soon as I thought I was going to get the throw on him, he locked up. And so that's not a great example. Another example was how, the gut check, punching him in the stomach. In martial arts, again, with the little boys being stepped on in the stomach, you're trained to strengthen your core, as we say in the West. But basically, the diaphragm, you strengthen that because that's a weak point. And that's why the kia, that's kia, that sound automatically strengthens or tenses up those muscles, and it's extra defense against the blow. And so, yeah, basically they were punching him in his solar plex, right? And he was showing his golden armor, his this thing where he can take any blow, just like we see with these little monks, take any blow and not suffer. And so they kept pestering about that. And even though, I do all these things and say all these things and so on and so forth, and been through all these things, I'm actually a bit of a pacifist. I'm actually a peaceful guy. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get me to that point. And what you're hearing now is a tail end. I mean, sometimes when you hear me with these angry rants, we're talking about not only hours and days and years. I mean, at this point, it's decades. From the turn of the century on, I've been berated by mass media. Someone who was formed by mass media and have now waken up to it and now just completely tortured by it. So you're hearing the tail end of that process. Outside of that, I'm so pacifist, people feel sorry for me, if you can imagine that. So despite that, so they were harassing me. Punch the guy, punch the ninja master in the solar plex. No, I'm not going to punch him. No, that's not my style. But they kept harassing me. Like I said, it takes a lot. And we're talking about months of this, harassing me to punch him. I was like, okay, fine, I'll punch him. And so I looked at him, and then at that point, the devil got into me. I was like, okay, I'll punch him. You want me to punch him? I looked at him, like, are you ready? And in my mind, everybody expected me to punch him in the solar plex like they all do. But I punched him in the neck, right in the artery below the neck. Should have been a dazing blow, a knockout blow even. Not a mark, not nothing. The guy didn't budge. And I even threw my weight in it. So anyway, this is my point with the Ninja Master. I bored you guys to death. I can see I lost a couple of... This was the point. This kind of guy, I mean, again, messing with his Qigong, with his meditations and all that, that's actually how I found my faith. I'm messing with Tai Chi, with Chi energy. And I've talked about this again with Phil. And he's been through similar experiences. So many people have been through similar experiences messing with martial arts. You're unsuspecting, you got your ass hanging in the wind, and you're vulnerable to these dark principalities. What happens? And so things happen. You invest yourself in it, you're susceptible, and things will happen to you. And that's what happened to me. And I got this wake-up call, and I was like, whoa, okay. Well, the story about my cousin here is that, well, with the Ninja Master, one day he was acting weird. He was saying, I don't know, I can't remember exactly the details, but my cousin was telling me, I wasn't there, he was just telling me about the story. And his mother was there. So this was a collaborated story. It wasn't just, hey, I'm making a story up. Her mother remembers that. And she'll tell the story on her own accord. So there, as the expression goes, there.
There you go. There you go. So there you go.
I don't think her mother would be lying about this stuff. It would make no sense. Or his mother, I should say. Anyway, so what he was telling me was basically he was acting really weird and all that. And he was compelled to go get incense. I can't remember. Incense, holy water, both. I can't remember. And pray for him. And he said as soon as he did that, he saw steam coming out of his head. Okay, well, maybe it was cold outside. Maybe he was just working out. It was hot. And he said he saw some of the steam turning into some kind of like demonic figures. Now, maybe you could say my cousin is crazy and all that. He's one of the most stable people you'll ever meet. So stable that to this now, when you talk to him, decades later, and it breaks my heart, but now he's gone from preaching scripture, gone from spiritual warfare to regularly citing mass media rhetoric, regularly talking about how life is a journey. You got to be positive. You got to think positive to manifest things. Bruce Lee's philosophy is the most philosophical, brilliant thing on this planet. I reference, when he's talking about something, I'll reference scripture, what Jesus said. Gets offended, and this is only one conversation we had. Got offended. And then at the very end, and he let me know he's changed, blah, blah, blah. He tries to keep an open mind. But at the very end, when I said, God bless you, I could see that he got mad. He got mad. My Chinese students don't even do that. One of them did. Short of one, maybe two. And when we're talking about communist Chinese, there's communist Chinese students, they're like little Muslims. They're going on, kill everyone. They literally say that too. Outside of those kinds of students, none of my students get mad. My cousin, the religious one, now open-minded, now doing all these things of the world, got a new person in his life, progressed. I imagine. I could be wrong. I could be wrong there. I don't know. I didn't be blaming her. I don't know the woman. I have no idea. But at any rate, he gets mad at God bless you. It reminds me of people just recently who are getting mad. I mean, foaming at the mouth. One of them said, the Catholics are going to hell. Why are the Catholics going to hell? Because the Virgin Mary, because of Mary's chastity. That makes them manifest. And these are Christians I'm talking about. They're completely foaming at the mouth at the idea that Mary could be chaste, could be a virgin. What's going on in this world, man? You shall know them by their fruits. Anyway, my point was this. I got in all these different rants because I'm trying to emphasize here to keep your guard up. You know, including, again, what Christ warned the wolves in sheep's clothing, including them too. This is not what this is about. I knew this movie they watched today was going to be good. Now, watching it more critically, I do have a couple of questions that we already discussed, but overall, it was a good movie. I will release it immediately afterwards. I'll do a premiere just so people get a notification so they can watch it without the long discussions and interruptions. But, yeah, just please keep your guard up. Pray unceasingly, as Paul says. Keep your noose, your koinonia. Take care of each other. That's the way we're going to survive, and the only way we will survive this chaos. You know, bring as many as you can to Christ, especially by your example. Not only by your example, but especially by your example. And those that are beyond reproach, step out of their way, dust your feet, pluck out, and pray for them. All right. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. And I'll see you guys in another week, another religious movie. Again, keeping the theme of Black History Month until we do a review. It won't be a watch party, of course. I might be able to manage some clips somehow. We'll see about that. But definitely some pictures of the movie from Captain Anti-America coming up in about a month. So we'll conclude that series, let's call it, or that type of discussion for a Wednesday live streams. Then from there, I'll be getting on to, I don't know, potentially back to the Islamic thing with Jack Shaheen. I'll probably be doing that on Wednesdays. I think that'll be appropriate. I'll have to sort that out. I have to see which movies I can do watch parties for and have that discussion. We'll see how that goes. I haven't mapped that out yet. But yeah, be here same time, same bad channel, as I used to say. Wednesdays, noon, Eastern Standard Time for a watch party, some discussion production notes before, a discussion afterwards. The link is always up, so you guys can come up and join, participate. In the middle, we'll do a watch party with commentary. And if the movie is good, if it's not egregious, I'll be releasing the movie in full without interruptions afterward. All right, keep on, everyone. God bless you. And I'll see you next time, God willing.